is though. Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah.
Mic check.
I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish and you don't speak a lick of it. The game will make you trip a bit. Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies,
they do you ugly.
Why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better. And once you know better, you would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, dad,
ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright, nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on niggas out here making moves. See, I hand out the type of shit they waiting on. I'm the type to overlook a hand cause the wrong step will cost an arm and leg. Niggas tripping, signing deals in red. I'ma hit the booth and make some hits instead. Light years ahead, we done go short a couple of albums. See, we up for the challenge, man, I'm focused on the bread. But these niggas be fucking understanding when it come to my talents. It just pop up past when it come to the salad. Yeah, zips to the head. And we never mind hating consumers when it come to the rumors cause we put them hoes to bed. Oh yeah. Niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Network and cultivating relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron. Yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. I'ma show mine nigga when it's go time. I'ma blow mine niggas when it's showtime. Niggas try to take a page out my book and take the same steps I took. Cultivating a networking relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron. Yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. Only show mine nigga when it's go time. I'ma blow mine niggas when it's showtime. Yes sir. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright, nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right. Yeah. Big dreams, nightmares and monsters. Pimp thieves, hoes, thoughts and choppers. Crooked operas, play cops and robbers. Siblings, smoke weed's the mantra. Weigh risk against shit that cost us. Hit a lick, it tastes bittersweet. You just a good soul, you wanna save the world, but you ain't they type, so they hint to lead. Wholesome souls die and world's incomplete. So I chase the pain so I can chase my dreams. Liquor is licorice inside my candy shop. Candy paint drop, wood grain supreme. Good for it, I'm good for it. Start the wave, you'll see when you look for it. Real recognize the real you look for. Pressing your luck and I wish you would force. You don't want a person nigga that be living on this North Star. So close but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Bring it back now. You don't want a person nigga that be living on this North Star. So close but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Virgo. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright, nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right.
What it do, y'all? We back. I think I fixed everything. How do I sound? Is my mic checked? Am I good? Whew. Y'all don't know what I just had to, y'all don't understand what I had to go through to get everything fixed, man. I ain't know what was going on. But I'm going to tell y'all right now what happened. I had unplugged something to plug something up earlier. No, last night. The show last night. When I went to plug it back up, my HDMI that's running to my computer to my monitor was halfway out. That's what the feedback was. I didn't have a grounded connection between the computer HDMI and the monitor's HDMI. And everything that I did on the board, nothing wouldn't work, anything. I had to go and jiggle everything in the back and make sure all of the connections was in, and that's what it ended up being. But I couldn't figure it out on the fly, so I had to just cut the stream and just sit here for 2 minutes and look at everything, and that's what it ended up being. So I apologize, but hey, Brendan, I told you, when you go live, look, when you go live, shit happens. Like right? you got to work it out on the fly. Cause look, y'all, Brendan is it, man. I ain't ready to go live. I got to test all my stuff, make sure everything works. You ain't gonna know if that shit worked properly until you hit that button. Right.
Right.
And go through what
you're not
I
gonna be able to
just
swim
went through.
until you jump in the deep end, right?
You got to jump in. Like
sure.
You see, I just had all of those issues, and I just had to sit back, and it's frustrating. Definitely, it's definitely frustrating, but you know, that's how you learn. You know what I mean? That's how.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But what's going on, though, Brenda?
Man, just enjoying my Monday, man. Getting back to work. Really, I enjoyed the show last night. And I've been doing some follow-up research. We are actually, getting ready for the next week's Monday Night at the Pseudo Killers. Actually, there's a few things that we were talking about last night that we may be able to debunk as well. So yeah, I think last night was fun. I'm looking forward to tonight as well. Monday Night Madness is always a blast for me, right? Get everybody in, in the chat. And we get everybody that wants to put those put their arguments forward. So this is the highlight, right, for me in terms of PK shows, right? The Monday Night Madness. So I'm looking forward to the night for sure. That's right. Up. Peace to the chat, right?
Yeah, peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. They came back. I thought we was gonna lose the crowd, but they came back. I had some technical difficulties, so. I mean, most of the chat, everybody was just laughing at me. Like, because they he must can't hear this.
Everybody's got patience, right? We know how it is, bro.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
We all family. We all family here at the Pseudo Killers anyway.
Yeah, I definitely ain't know what the hell was going on. I was stumped. I was like, I'm about to take all this shit back to the store.
Right.
I started looking for receipts and shit. This shit going back.
They always say, the hardest thing to troubleshoot is the physical layer, right? Sometimes you just got to put your hands on the hardware and figure out what's going on.
Yep, and that's what it was. Yep. It was a bad connection.
Right.
It was a bad connection. Everything that I looked at, I'm like, everything in the computer is fine. I'm like, I'm looking at my screen. I said, look, my sound levels is gauging properly. I'm like, what the hell is that feedback? But I have different headphones and everything, so.
Right.
I was like, is one of them giving feedback? My different speakers and stuff that I had to unplug all that, man. It was a mess. And it wasn't none of that. At the end of the day, it wasn't none of that, so.
Right, we giving a moment for the bros to fall in. I know Corey was in the on the panel earlier. Looks like the brother Unk, he's falling in, right? And I'm sure Corey, he'll be back in shortly. So you guys bear with us. We'll get the show started very shortly.
That's a fact.
Right. Bobby Banger, what's up, bro? We got trapped in the waters of noon there for about 15, 20 minutes.
We had
What, just now?
Yeah, we
Just
had
now.
technical difficulties. I can't.
With
Look,
Wu Jia standing outside with the magic stick.
I
Oh,
can't. I
man.
can't wait till you get your shit set up so you can see how frustrating that shit is.
Hey, after
The
the conversation, after the conversation last night, I didn't know if the Chinese ensnared us or what.
Yeah.
I said, oh man.
Messing with James' ass.
Yeah, I tried to tell you, yo. So that's the new rule. When they start talking to China, you know they suit up. Right. They on major platforms talking to China.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ.
How's your week treating you, brother? How's your week treating you so far?
Man, I stayed on that show too late last night. Dead tired. I had to get up early, and I like to do some reading before I go to sleep. I like to read before I wake up. Just dead.
Oh man.
Dead. You know what I'm saying? Boy. But the week is good. I'm here, man.
Right.
Glad to be a part of the team, bro. So glad to have a damn team. How about that?
Yeah, I was messed up. I was thinking about Asar and Wu Jia early. I said, man, I miss them guys, man. I'm mad they bailed out the conversation, man. Like, I wasn't expecting that from them, man.
They took the fun out of it, yo. I expected it, yo. You got the warlords, yo, that like to go to war, yo. You got the ones that just tap down like to go to war, yo. I love to go to war. A warlord back in the day. I was pretty sure I was that in ancient times. If there was a such thing as reincarnation, I would have had to been that, yo.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. I had to been that. But it's fun for us, man. Everybody don't think it's fun, No,
it's fun when they got the ups, right? They got a lot to say when they got the ups, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that they was in the middle was something that they, would have really had to bite down on and fight for that. They, you know what I mean? They threw in the towel. That's the part that, you know what I mean, and used excuses, right? They tried to take the high road that, having a discussion was beneath them. How?
Yeah.
Like, how did y'all you start the argument, right? And then when a person respond, you try to take the high road and act like the conversation is beneath you, right? So it's crazy.
But tell you what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened, yo. You remember when Deion Sanders, was he on the 49ers or the Cowboys first?
He was on 49ers first. He went to the Cowboys.
Right. Remember he was on the 49ers and they won the Super Bowl, right? Mm-hmm. And then he changed sides. When he changed, the balance of power went. Fact. So basically, the balance of power went, yo. You know what I'm saying? When we added in the fray, when I was no longer doing what they was doing, when Smash stepped up, the balance of power actually shifted. And so you could no longer say, it's a couple things here. Brendan was willing to go the extra mile with the linguistic, right? Mm-hmm. Hold on. You was willing to go the extra mile with that dumbass tool.
TLA on deck. So, right? TLA on deck.
That's how it went. I'm going to tell you how it went. So now the advantage they had with the magical meta-nature, that evaporated, right? They offended Smash for no reason at all. Smash wasn't even going. They just offended them. They forgot the 48 laws of power. Don't offend them, motherfucker. Don't do it, right? They did that, right? And then they tried to lowboy me. Wrong thing. I'm going to go all out. I'm going to go on my shield. I'm going to tear the whole motherfucker down. I'm not going to stop. I'm not. I'm just not. I'm not a little boy. You know what I'm saying? I don't appreciate that. I've always respected them as men and what they do and they work. But when you try to lowboy me and act like it, no. Now we all in. And so the thing just lined up against them. It did. And it didn't have to, because shit never came down to who's going to pick science and who's going to pick Africa. Those who picked Africa got blown up. Those who picked science still can enjoy Africa. Look at it through the lenses of science. and have enough sense to know what culture is, what it's not, right? And it's where we sit today. We sit in the tank, willing to pull that trigger at any time.
Don't leave the tank. Don't get out.
You're not getting out the scientific tank. You can talk all that. We can catch you. You know what I'm saying? It's like you throwing rocks at the tank. We got heat-seeking missiles. We're not doing all that. You're not, no. So no matter how eloquent you talk, if you're making mistakes, right, with science, you're going to get caught. See, we don't mind saying, oh, we ain't know that. We was wrong. See, we carry that with us into the new millennium. We carry that 2023 package. Like you're supposed to say, if you're in the forefront of the people, you're supposed to say, hey, you know what? I was wrong. Damn, I thought it was that. After re-examine it, you know what? I was wrong. And if you're not willing to say that, the pseudo killer's gonna hit you. Come on, yo. Like, yeah. So yeah, they took the fun out of it. It was fun while it lasted. You know, yeah, take the high road. Because you ain't got no choice because ain't no other road. How about that? You did that. You left a little path open for you. Yeah, go there and do like said he did the same thing though. You know that, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. That's explain. Damn, they took the steady road.
Steady road. Just tap out, make a little app and act like you teaching the right shit. Damn. Don't put it out in the ideas. You know what I'm saying? In the land of the ideas of free thought. Don't put it out there where you get chick. Don't do that. You know, just do what Seti did. He just drifted off to the Amen Club where everybody, amen. Yeah, do that. And you say it's a safe spot. Yeah, it ain't safe out here in these YouTube streets.
At all.
No. Ain't safe with the pseudo killers. No, it's not safe. Nope. Ain't supposed to be safe. Streets safe no more. Nope.
Yeah. Level the playing field.
Playing field level, technology caught up with you, auto books, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you're done. Access to college professors. Is something coming down too?
I'll tell you.
Yes,
prime example. We stepped on a couple landmines ourselves last night, so even we aren't immune, right?
Exactly.
So, absolutely.
Nobody's immune, but I'm letting you know there's a couple college professors out there just writing up some information on some things that, you know, that people think they know. You know what I'm saying? And it's coming. Yeah, it's not over. See, in war, yo, you finish off completely. We just let them go hide over there for a minute. It's not over with.
Yeah, we know where you're at.
We know where you're at.
You know it.
That college expert work coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. We're going to get a definitive answer on whether this shit is pseudo with this thing or not. We're going to get a definitive answer on the work. Watch. It's coming. That's all I'm going to say. So, yeah.
It didn't even have to go down like that. But it was supposed to. Because each stage is a learning, is elevating the community, right? To the next stage, right? So, you know, not only do we correct and check the people that came before us, we also correct and check our contemporaries, right? That's essential. You know what I mean? It ain't just about checking the work of the people that came before you. Your contemporaries got to get checked so it don't lead to a situation where, you know, it's just like, but nobody don't have a problem with checking Jabari, right? So that thing nobody don't have a problem with checking you, you dig what I'm saying? So that playing field got to be even for everybody. They don't have a problem with checking Reggie, right? You know, they'll critique Reggie down till he blue in the face, right? Talk about his grammar, everything, right? But the moment they get checked, you know what I mean? Now is a problem. Now feelings hurt.
Yeah. You know where's your work?
Exactly.
Right? wrong. They try to make you feel like you did something and we can't be friends. All that dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, I'm still the big homie, yo. I ain't taking it personal, yo. But I just, I'm taking up personal, man. Yeah, shout out to Kofi too. Yeah, he the only one stuck around.
Yeah, Kofi real. He real. You dig what I'm saying?
Real. You can tell the real one when it get real greasy.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell it. Yeah.
And like he said, and I respect that as a man, he said he definitely felt the type of way, right?
Yeah.
He said, yo, I definitely felt the type of way. When them shots got to flying around, yeah, I felt, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And then when you got your homeboys right there, like, yeah, they talking shit about you too. You feel me? So, but when he went online, he refrained from going in on us. You dig what I'm saying? He saved that to our personal conversations. You know what I mean? So I respect it. You know what I mean? I respect it. Because he ain't had to do it like that. He could have went all the way with them, right? But he didn't. You know what I mean? He got on the phone with us, told us just how he felt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And then the young bros, they still contact me. I'm still in contact with them.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Yeah. They know who it is. I don't even want to say their names. Just make it like I'm using shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to be that way. Everybody know what he is. Everybody know what it is. Dang, yo.
Who is this from West Africa says, hey, Pseudo Killers is copyrighted out on the website. Y'all need to find another name. You finna get blocked.
From West Africa.
In the chat.
Oh, yo tripping.
Hell yeah. He probably just...
Yo playing. Fucking take it. You can have it. We'll make another one. Like,
right, make another name. Idiot. Claim an idiot. Nigga, what's wrong with you, Ninja? See, Ninja is stupid. Yeah, ain't paid that copywriting fee. Don't play.
I mean, if that's the look, we ain't got no money over here. So if you thought that was gonna be your way to come up, that was dumb. You just paid for a copyright for no good goddamn reason. We'll create another name before you get a red fucking cent. We'll never use this motherfucking name again. So you just wasted your money.
Yeah, if anybody know anything about me, yo, I can get real creative. Like, are you serious? Yeah, come on.
Absolutely.
Jilly, put that in there. Come on, man.
Nah,
see how
he joking, yo. He joking.
Well, you see how we change up our logos, right? Now we got the tank, which I think is a great analogy. I think when we talk about don't get out of the tank, right? We say that tank is a metaphor for scientific literacy, right? Right. As long as you stay in the tank, you're fine. Stay rooted in science, right? That's the whole idea that when we say don't leave the tank, don't get out of the tank. That's what we're talking about. Don't leave scientific literacy. Stay there, and then you're rooted. You're protected, right?
Man, but that's how we used to fight. Cool for come through and take the name. He took the Armor Ross name.
Oh man, did somebody try to clip you for that as well?
Yeah, but I had this shit copyrighted. I was like, all right, nigga, but he took like the way. It was crazy though, but it was a good lesson to learn. And that's how we used to fight like that. Like Dagger Squad, take that name. God, it was crazy. Kufu used to do that shit, yo. Yeah, he used to really fight like that. That's Kufu. Tim Osai used to be he really, really fight that way. I done been through all different types of fights, different battles, battle tested. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yo. What you'll never see me do is run though into the corner though. I never go into the corner. I always put my out here to be tested. And I know we're gonna stay solid because we gotta be solid for this next round, yo. This next round, we have to be real accurate in the statements we make and the things we say. Yeah, moving up in class. It's just that simple, yo. It is, man. I just appreciate the people coming through, man. We at 73. Well, I see Reggie Mobley. I see my man Kai.
Peace, brother Reggie.
Kyle, that's my man right there. Hey, yo, Kyle, listen, man. Kyle got to be one of the best cooks, yo, that I done ate for in a long time. Y'all went to the cookout. Listen, cookout, right? And I love food, man. You know, I'm from Baltimore, man. I love food, just eating, period. And so I'm looking at the grill. He opened the grill, right? And I'm looking at the wings. I was like, ooh. I said, them wings ain't looking regular, bro. They had like a little gold tinge to them. They were regular old barbecue looking red joints. They had this little tinge to it. I'm like, oh. I said, these like they burned. They started laughing. Man, he took that shot to grill. They was the best fucking wings, yo. You could open up a restaurant with that shit, right? We proceeded to go in the house. Had a salad. I was like, God, that everything was baked. The macaroni and cheese. Shit you expect not to be tasting like that was tasting like that. The macaroni, the tuna fish salad with the tuna and the noodles. The fuck is going? Yo, I ate about 5 plates, yo. I wanted to take my home. I did take one. I was like, okay, I'm gonna take. Yo, that shit.
This was the July 4th barbecue, right? When you guys went, when Thunder was in the with you guys, right? It was a
Kyle.
It looked fun. It looked fun.
And he got a beautiful house. I ain't gonna tell you, man, but he got a beautiful house. You take your shoes off when you go in that motherfucker.
That's what's up. Peace to Kyle.
You're supposed to take your shoes off when you go in anybody's house.
Yeah, but that's the Islam shit. I got a wooden floor, nigga, coming like the Vikings.
Oh, crazy.
Right.
Yeah, we got wooden floors, yo. You might run bust your motherfucking.
But yeah, at the front door. Oh, man. Salam alaikum.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna go to what y'all talking about, man. Where's the fuck?
I don't know. We
Reggie. What's up, Reggie? Should we just beat up on Reggie? Where you at, Reggie?
Reggie, come on in here. Reggie said he got a career full of catching bodies. He said he be catching bodies his whole career.
Behold, right?
Yeah.
Reggie killed entire communities at once, right?
Yeah, he did. Reggie be behind the scenes. He definitely be behind the scenes.
Right.
You know, he's an awesome resource to have. You know what I mean? He definitely a bullet in the chamber.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
Oh man. Let me see what you say, brother Reggie. You say he got a few fights left. Boy, crazy, yo. Reggie crazy. Boy, you get to swinging at Reggie and shit. He start thinking he's good and shit.
Reggie ain't built for this. Reggie ain't built for this, man.
Yo, I like we got the guns and taking 2 paces and shit.
Right. Concrete Corey, what up, bro?
What up?
Oh shit.
Yeah, Reggie, you too jumpy for us, Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie Sway, the old man in the shoe, nigga 2 years older than me, he tripping. I remember when I had to walk 30 miles to school with those shoes on. Stop lying.
Reggie said he used to be a sharecropper.
Somebody said on one of the earlier shows that Reggie grew up in the Jim Crow South. I was like, Reggie's not that old.
Right.
Come on.
He said it. That nigga said he was a sharecropper.
Yo, he tried to convince the show that he seen the white and black bathroom signs. Stop it, yo.
Reggie sitting at a participating at a sit-in, right?
Yeah, he was what Mega Evans.
Right? Sitting in the right age, yo.
Woolworth.
That's our brother. Right, we love him for sure.
I was doing like this. Okay, I know how old I am. I was like, wait a minute, sir.
Impossible.
I said, then he hit it with the harsh. He said somebody passed away in the something he said while they was sick. I was like, what, Reggie? He said his great grandmother passed away.
Picking cotton.
I say, man, they had to take the baby off the back. Yeah. I was like, that wasn't slavery. That sounds like
oh shit, you didn't hear it come, yo.
Hey, here we go. Reggie, don't hit the cam and you got a pair of overalls on or something. Say sharecropping Reggie. Right?
Reggie was in slavery. That nigga wasn't in shape. That nigga.
Yeah. I'm glad he got the freedom. I'm glad he got the freedom, yo. I'm glad they smuggled him off to New York.
Yo, was in slavery. That was not sharecropping, bro. Trust me, yo. That was slavery.
There you go.
Yeah, brother. Hey,
he had a mule. He had a mule that his grandfather passed down to him and shit.
Oh man.
He went around sharecropping with the mule and shit. You know how niggas go around with a lawnmower these days? He went around with his mule, sharecropping.
Reggie, you gotta cut this shit out, Reggie. You gotta stop at some point.
The question is, do you own a pair of Brogans?
Hey, Reggie, I rethought about this story. I said, yo, that was actually slavery, yo. Yeah. We actually found a spot in America that was still practicing slavery, yo.
12 years of slavery, yo. Go watch the movie.
He's taking off his glasses.
Taking off his glasses.
Peace,
brother, shut his eyes. When he shut his eyes, he gonna tell he gonna cuss you the fuck out.
Well, our brother Reggie, man, welcome to the Pseudo Killers, man. We had to figure out something to do. We just crack jokes today. Black people do crack jokes. What's up, Reggie? We crack jokes.
It's Monday. It's Monday night, right? Monday night, man.
Well, welcome back, Pseudo Killers. Y'all do what y'all do. I am so happy that I met all of you. I don't know where Cedric is, but in Kent. But peace, Corey. Peace, Sirius B. Now, right? Learning some lesson about hiding your name on these YouTube streets, right? Mm-hmm. Mr. Line 'em Up, Chef, right? And Bobby Paramaniac, man. Bobby Bobby West, Unc West. Robert West, all that, man. Man, it's good. You all right? I do, well, according to me, I do got a string of bodies.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Oh, yeah. Peace, King Sosa. Through the years.
Awesome.
Through the years, but you have to understand when we were when I first came into Black Studies. There's that old man shit again. When I came into Black Studies, we had to sit back. I was from the streets. I had to sit back and look at my professors and say, "Are they lying? Right? Are they lying? Right?" And some of the professors that we met along the way were lying. And there's a lot of personal stories I can't reveal until I'm a little older. But we find out. And guess who I ran into the supermarket yesterday? Brother Kaba. I ran into the supermarket with Kaba, and I was chatting it up with Brother Kaba.
You should have swung on him.
Say what?
We getting veggies for his melanin in there.
Yeah, and I said, when you run into the supermarket, you know what the people eat and stuff like that, and I ran into somebody else in the supermarket. I ain't gonna mention, and he's a starch vegetarian. Dr. Sabi, all this, but he was buying milk. So I'm like, wow. But yeah, you're doing a good job. The tank is a great logo. Stay in that motherfucking tank, right? Shoot back, right? Watch out for the drones, right? But you're doing a good job. I missed the show yesterday. But
we had a hell of a show. You should have been here.
Nobody called me. Called me. He was having too much fun. He didn't call me.
Yeah, we had
man. We got Sunday night the movies. We ain't gonna miss that. Sunday night movies, and we try to slide in a little Real Black Atheist show a little early. Talked about God, religion, and all that. Then we slid into, we slid on over here, You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they ain't gonna be able to stop us. So we having fun.
That question about whether it was a flag or an axe, Reggie, that would have been a perfect question for you, to help us navigate through that. The glyph for Netcher, right? We was reading, Unc had pulled up a source where they were arguing or discussing whether it was a flag or an axe, right? It sounded like the axe was more, it sounded like I was leaning towards the logic of the axe more than the flag, right? Because, the axe could represent sacrifice, right? A tool that you use to sacrifice for the ancestors, because it named all of the different.
You like sharp shit.
Huh?
You got confirmation bias. You're a barber. You like sharp shit. You like
well, that could be a point. But but what it was saying was, right, if you go back the things, it was, the netters, that glyph, those glyphs was used for ancestors, deceased ancestors. It was used for nature spirits, all kind of different, things with supernatural powers. And it was saying how the Egyptians, made sacrifices to, these different supernatural things. So it seemed like the flag didn't make sense, right? It seemed like the axe will make more sense than that. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So there are different periods, and they're changing their conventions. The earliest period, Ankh will tell you, is the aquatic period. And so most of these, a lot of these symbols come out of the aquatic period, when the Nile was all over the place. It was rivers, it was everywhere, right? And these people were largely fishermen in that period, and they used these raft boats. And so the first Netta symbol comes from Nubia, really, and it's basically a harpoon. The second symbol is basically a flag, or something that they would put on the front of the boat, right? And you see that in a lot of the drawings of the Nakata vases, which Anka studies also.
Oh shit. Oh, my fault, Reggie. Damn, you took me to the damn museum and we seen that shit on some shit we weren't supposed to see it on, remember? Yeah. I'm gonna let you tell that story. It was crazy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, so when I was
Go ahead.
Normally when we run through the museum, there's a section, the first section you walk in is the pre-dynastic period. And people can't navigate that, and people like Ankh and stuff is really, really interested in that. And we went and we started examining the vignettes on side the vases, and then it was then you'll see the netta symbol. But I didn't know it was a netta symbol. That I'm talking really with Ankh stuff. And then it just dawns on me, because you gotta kind of like step back from all of this stuff that's already in your brain, right? People telling you it's an axe. And then that's when I seen it. And then I said, oh shit, these are compound words. Oh, right. And then having conversations with Ankh is just looking at material, because he's fascinated about archaeology. You wouldn't know bones and shit, bones, skeletons and shit like that, the real shit, vases, pottery. I'm going to a whole nother world, man. So we chit-chatting about that. But in the next phase in the more dynastic period, when it was writing the glyph on, I guess, the rocks, or trying to do it on the granite and shit, the two lines, they just probably say, you know what, F it, we're gonna connect it, because it's just too hard. And so the next period, you do see it as possibly an axe. But even if we are wrong, we have the artifacts to show that we are making sense. right, in our observation.
Mhm.
And that's the process.
Facts.
But Unc, you can finish telling the story. So I'm just saying, you put Unc, like forget all that meta all that hocus pocus and stuff like that, right? And that's when the ancient Egyptians was writing it. So they was, oh shit, we can write. So we writing about everything. We making shit up. We doing everything. They're just making shit up. And unfortunately now we have the Cometics, a group of Cometics who are really Christian. They connect Christianity so much with ancient Egypt that you can't see the difference. Horus is Jesus Christ born on a gift, and Jesus is, Horus is the savior, and all of this garbage, and they don't read the text, but that crazy stuff alone, going back to the pre-dynastic periods, where a lot of museums don't have a whole lot of material, then guess what? That is the place of discovery. So when you go to Egypt, you can walk around and start kicking it, and you can say, "Yo, what's this?" And you could pick it up, and it could be a pottery shard. It could actually be a pottery shard with writing, and you'd be like, "They missed this? Let me take a look at this. Let me put it in my pocket," right? And that's how Africa is. It could be in West Africa. It could be in Central Africa. It don't have to be in the Nile Valley. It could be in South Africa, where Unc want to go. Unc want to go to fucking South Africa. Yeah, he don't want to go.
That's where I'm going.
Huh?
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'm going to South Africa.
He don't want to go nowhere else. He want to go to South Africa. He want to go in the Bongos caves, and this is where and see the rock art. And so this concept of this rock etching of petroglyphs, and then the ochre, different colors of ochre, right? So to say that they use one ochre cola is stupid, because ochre has it's what you got. It's your palate, right? And to say that the Egyptians were black or the Egyptians were red based on, stupid. They drew everything on ochre. Stupid, right? So the earliest the earliest figures are all almost red from the rock arts in neighboring North Africa. It's all red. And so when you get to Egypt now, all of a sudden Egypt is not connected to Tunisia, Libya, and the rock arts. It's stupid. But luckily the pseudo killers have tools now that they could tools in the context of actually methodology and actually seeing the stuff. And so hopefully in the next show, pseudo killers can go on location. So pseudo killers can actually go out on location to a museum or someplace like that.
Now speaking of that, you just mentioned, several things that have got my ears sort of buzzing here. What do you think about this upcoming debate? It seems like, our brother Sonetta, we've got the debate between Jabari and Garfield penciled in. I think it's in September the 17th, around the middle of September or so, right? What are your thoughts about this upcoming debate here?
Well, I signed up as a researcher, right?
Okay.
Hopefully
picking sides, aren't you? Right?
Always.
Yeah, I'm picking sides not on personalities, because Garfield, my man, but we go back and forth. And Jabari, I know Jabari for years, but Jabari Assase is wrong, and he's the voice of these Cometics who teach Christianity. And so I signed up as a researcher for Brother Garfield. For two reasons. Well, one reason is basically Jabari is absolutely wrong, and he's the spokesperson, and he don't have a team. That's a big mistake. right? Pseudo killer's got a team, right, to bounce ideas off. It's just him and his family. You got to be very careful with that. And his priest, his high priest, who uses breasted and massy and all that other stuff, and who's responsible for Jabari making the mistakes. So I signed up as a researcher to show. And then the second reason is, of course, Jabari said my analysis when I was talking about pre-dynastic Africa.
You still harp on that, Reggie. You gotta let that go, bro. I know where you're going with. So
All right.
you gotta let
him get it out though. So let him get it out.
Right, go ahead. Go ahead say it.
Listen, let me tell you, let's not make no bones about this. This is a marketplace of ideas, and it's a market. So I am a researcher. And being a researcher, when you tell a researcher that his analysis is poor, and then you're on a platform that doesn't allow you to rebut that, then I'm going to finish it. Because now it's about, one is you shouldn't have said my research is poor. You should have let me get it out like y'all let me get it out. You shouldn't hide behind a platform that's promoting you, right? And the second of all, he don't have my experience. He just doesn't. He's 12 years my junior. He don't have the experience. We all look the same age.
Right. But as we know debate topics make and break debates, right? Yeah. So in terms of the debate topic that they settled on, right? I'm sort of paraphrasing here. What it is it's a question, right? I guess it's a debate question. Is Christianity stolen or borrowed from Kemetic spirituality or
stolen?
Right, stolen. So they use the stolen.
Stolen. Yeah. And Jabari, in his wisdom and his and the way he thinks, he took a bad debate. Right. You can't stolen. Because you have to look at a period of time. Look at the period of time of a new people called the Greeks, who have now conquered the known world, Persia and Egypt, right? And have some idea of the Hebrews, and they have their own philosophy, the Greek philosophy, dealing in the Roman world, right? So you're in a time period where the time period is absorbing, and then you have the Akkadian also on the Semitic, the Levant. So you're dealing with a world that's absorbing all of these ideas to push a new world order. And that new world order absorbs all these things, and then they actually claim, in some cases, they actually claim that that all gods belong to the Greeks, right? All gods are related because that's how the Greeks think. They have a pantheon of gods. And the Hebrews had a pantheon of gods, and the Sumerians had a pantheon of gods, and the Persians had a pantheon of gods. And so you're dealing with a new world order who's saying, I heard everything that y'all said, but but these gods belong to everybody. So when you have this world construct, then it can't be stolen. There's a word called syncretism. And if you're a researcher, a scholar, you know syncretism is basically a fusing of ideas, right? It's like if you come up with an idea, like I had an idea too. You ever talk to somebody, a chef in a barbershop, and the person was like, yeah, but I thought that first. Yeah, I said that first. You remember 3 weeks ago, we was in a barbershop, man, and I was telling you about the game, and I said this, that, the third. And these niggas is biting my shit. Like, you're the only idea. And so what Jabari has done is saying, because of his confirmation of bias, is that Egypt had these ideas only. And that is a terrible stance to actually have, especially when somebody like me who will help Garfield with information, I and other people can actually navigate the text. We know the borrowing of material. We know where the Egyptians began to borrow. They borrowed from the Nubians, the so-called Nubians. We'll just say now the so-called Nubians. And we know that Egypt took over another civilization, the area of.
Let's talk about it a little bit. All right, let's open it up, man. Talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And in terms of whether
or Brendan or Series B.
Yeah, all of us. We'll open up a bit.
Series B, I gotta ask you a question. Are you punning Sirius the Star and B? Or you're not doing that, right?
Right. Right. But in terms of this debate, you know what you see what I'm doing. You see what I'm doing there, right? Right. But in terms of this particular debate, right? We again, right, in terms of the pseudo killers, we're all taking different stances there in terms of who we're betting on, right, for the winner of this debate. So if you can think about, we got Christ on the cross and you got pseudo killers casting lots, right, on the garments of Christ. Well, we placing our bets, right? But for me, right, I'm squarely in the side of Garfield for several reasons, right? Because we always talk about religion, and when you're talking about, religion is culture, of course, right? And when you're saying, okay, well, how do we prove, right, this borrowing or this stealing, right? You have to prove a cultural continuity, right? So to prove that, if you watched our videos, right, we've talked about a cultural continuity between Upper Egypt and Nubia. This is for, probably for several months there, right? And to do that, right, to trace that cultural continuity, what do we talk about the tools that are at play, right? We talk about the historical record, we talk about the archaeological record, linguistics, anthropology, right? And we also threw in, right, and this is sort of our internal sort of conversations, we threw in geography there. So they're going to actually, in terms of what Jabbar is going to need, he's going to need to use those tools, right, as opposed to saying, okay, well, these stories sound similar to something that's in the Bible, right? The Bible stories sound similar, because if you're doing that, you're basically, it's purely anecdotal at that point, right? So an anecdotal argument is at best, right? It's unreliable at that point, right? So those are the type of things that for me that Jabbar is going to need to come to the table with, right? Using the tools that we use, right, to show that cultural continuity there.
You can't.
I think that I think it'll be a good debate. Like I might pay to get and watch it. Just because I think it'll be entertaining. But it's not a court of law where he has to come with forensic evidence to, beyond a reasonable doubt, because you're talking 1,000 years ago. So you're talking about plausibility, probability, in some cases even possibility. So, first of all, you got proximity. That's key, right? You have relationships, right? Interaction. So you got all those different things in. And in terms of Judaism, there's no debate that there's influence, Kemetic Egyptian influence in the Old Testament, right? That's not even debated.
And they
right.
placed
So now
themselves
we're
in their
moving
literature.
forward.
And they placed themselves there in their literature.
Literature, like that's not even like no scholar debates that. Like I don't. If you're confused about that, you could just show me something different. Like nobody debates that. Even
the Bible.
Hey yo, hold on, man. I ain't never heard about no Egypt influence on Judaism. Like I ain't never heard
the Old Testament.
Like the motifs.
Yeah, the Old Testament. Even Garfield, bro. Even Garfield. Call Garfield. Ask him.
I ain't never. I'm just saying they write the story in Egypt though. So that's what you mean, right?
Even Gabe, keep cooking, Sosa.
Just tell you what, I'll do.
I just asked the
real
question.
quick.
I'm not arguing that
Something
shit.
real quick. I gotta
All you
when we
got
was going through, I pulled up an old PDF that I was going through, right? And this is just on the evolution of God. Let me see. Oh my God.
You saying God is the Hebrew God? Really?
It's just the book is about the evolution of God. Forget about the forget about the title of the book. I'm gonna read something that I'm trying to show you something that's in the
Did
text.
you ever read it? You ever read the Bible though? Read the Bible?
Of course I read the Bible. I'm like, come on.
They say it comes from Old Chaldees.
Yeah, but they also placed
Anyway,
themselves in Egypt. And that's
anyway. I mean, wouldn't you look there first?
I just want to read a little clip. This from the evolution of God. So this ain't even got nothing to do with necessarily Egyptian influence on Egypt. It's just talking about the evolution of God. Period.
So why you
so
reading
this?
it then,
I just want to just let me read what this says, bro.
I'm just wondering why you reading that though, bro. I ain't trying to
once
combat
I
you,
read
but if
it,
we talk about one thing and you
once
pull
I
up a
read it,
source,
if you would let me read it, you will understand why I'm reading it, bro.
you trying to trick us now. Yeah, you with the trickship now.
Yeah. So I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
pick up right here. You see what's there right there?
Nope, I can't say it's too small. Go ahead.
Lord.
Go ahead.
You know this gonna be a good show.
Shit out.
Yeah, blow it up a little bit more. This gonna be a good show. So sad his computer tonight. He ain't in the whip.
Oh yeah,
Can you
riding around.
Right, he got his guns loaded tonight for sure.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
we see it.
Yeah, good. I believe you. I trust you.
So this fact, as well as we'll see in the next chapter. Hey,
what is that noise
Hey,
though?
Federated States, mute out,
Federated
yo.
States.
Hey, Confederate, yo, mute him, man. Who got the power, yo? Get him out of there, yo. He in there fighting. Yo.
Hey, Chef, make me a co-host. Make me a co-host.
I thought I already made you a co-host.
About to get locked up.
Yeah, he chewing on his microphone.
he fighting with the police. Hell to the no. Go ahead.
All right.
So we know you were trying to, do that trick, read why he was making all that noise so he wouldn't catch you. But go ahead.
This fact, as we'll see the next chapter, is especially well documented in the two great civilizations that framed the land where the Abrahamic God would be born. Mesopotamia to the north and east, Egypt to the south and west. This framing isn't just geographic. In Egypt and Mesopotamia, there would appear theological themes that, perhaps not coincidentally, would later reappear in religion of ancient Israel, elements of divine identity that will wind up in the DNA of the Abrahamic God Yahweh. Also in Egypt and Mesopotamia, there would appear gods that lived on to become part of Yahweh's formative environment. Some of these gods would migrate into Israel and there attract worshipers, drawing devotions that might otherwise accrue to Yahweh, arousing his jealousy. Some would accompany and inspire Mesopotamian invaders as they entered the land of the Israelites, and one of the most consequential acts in the history of religion destroyed Yahweh's temple. So the concept or the idea or the influence is not something. So we know that there's influence there. So in that debate, he just has to make a strong, logical argument for influencing those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to come down to debating skills and, you know what I'm saying, and how good you are at argumentation and, you know what I mean, and rebutting somebody's position.
Well, if you look at that article that you just wrote.
That's a book. It's called The Evolution of God. It's not an article.
Fine. If you look at
the
article, the chapter of that book, that particular paragraph, you could see bias. There was no Israel. So
y'all missed the point,
man. I swear y'all will pigeonhole for like small little nooks and crannies. You know, it wasn't like y'all.
That's what we do. I'm just showing you that
rest the conversation when you make those type of arguments.
There is no footnotes.
You cutting in. You cutting in though, yo.
There's no footnotes in that paragraph. There's no footnotes in that paragraph.
Right, I ain't listening.
You haven't.
Sir.
You're talking about a book that. Go ahead. I'm
Nope.
It's a book. There's
I'm
no
no
failure in.
You ain't got no choice, Sosa. Yeah, y'all sit here and listen to that shit. First of all, I would look to the Canaanites to have influence on the Israelites. First of all, that's your first mistake.
Canaanites are Israelites.
Influence on Egypt.
Canaanites are Israelites.
From Egypt to the Canaanites, then to the Israelites.
Canaanites are Israelites, bro. They're the same group of people.
Talk the same time I'm talking.
Absolutely not.
I don't know why you're doing it. It's not the same. They might have came about the group, but they're not the same. So there's a chronology to this thing. Just wouldn't do it.
Y'all horrible, yo.
Huh?
Y'all are horrible.
We horrible because I'm saying you got Canaanites.
And nobody's denying the Canaanite influence.
But if you leave out Canaanites.
No, the argument is about Egypt's influence.
But you would have to go through the Canaanites.
But fuck it.
You don't get that?
All right, cool. It's not even relevant, yo. If me and you debating Reggie's influence on me cutting hair, you bringing up somebody else is irrelevant. We're just trying to show Reggie's influence on me. So if you say, okay, Brendan is closer, so Brendan got influence, fine. Nobody is arguing whether Brendan has influence. We're trying to show the Reggie influence on my shit. So bringing up Canaanites and Persians, right, is irrelevant. We're talking about do Egypt have influence?
You're correct. The article sucks. The article that he brought up.
It's a book, bro.
Reggie, they not gonna let you.
Article.
They gonna keep talking while you talking. Ain't nobody say nothing while Chef was talking.
Say what?
As soon as you start talking, Sosa start talking. I'm not listening to that nonsense y'all saying right now. Like there's a certain thing called chronology. You're not gonna make me think that the fucking Israelites is in Egypt getting influenced. That's the game we not playing, bro.
So
like we not gonna do that right now. What we gonna do is we're gonna give the proper methodology on how this could ever come to be. And we're going to start with the damn Canaanites. And we're going to look to the biblical references of coming from the Ur Chaldees. There are cultures in the Ur of Chaldees that you cannot ignore that put its influence squarely on that. I'm not doing that with y'all. If I can
show you Egyptian religious motifs in the Levant, right? Around 1500, do that lend any credence to Egypt having influence?
Ain't no Israelites in 1500 BCE, bro.
See, y'all can't even have a conversation. I said in the Levant.
Right.
That's why I tell you, Chef, don't do it.
I'm trying to tell you.
Slow, yo. This is slowness,
you're not there yet. Why ain't you getting that? You right. I can't have this conversation.
It doesn't.
Y'all can have the conversation. I'm done. I'm out. There is no Israelites during the time period you talked about, so y'all can have it. Go make up some shit.
The people had to come from
somewhere. The conversation is too much for me. I can't handle it. I'm done.
That's
I can't.
Fact. That's
right. I know there's no Israelites even writing anything.
That's why Jabari won't talk to you. That's why he won't
want to talk to me.
The belligerent.
You don't. What the hell are you talking about?
Y'all sitting here talking about something.
You can't even handle the conversation with me and Sosa.
I'm not.
So imagine Jabari.
Yo, you trying to make that's like me sitting here arguing over a damn Ferrari.
Jabari gonna beat the hell out of golf and he'll get on y'all too. y'all cannot have the conversation.
Here it is.
It will.
I told we casting lots.
You know who I can talk
to?
Hey, Brendan. I can actually talk to you, Brendan.
I see what you got in your hand there.
I
see what you've been thumbing through in your hand there, right? That's one of my favorite. Right?
Yeah, that's my man. He. Listen, Brendan. That's what I want to say to you, Brendan. If we're going to talk about influence, right? We're actually talking about influence on literature. You have to have chronology before you can start that shit. Because you might be talking about somebody influencing something that ain't even there yet. Like, I cannot influence my unborn son. The ninja got to be born first for me to have some influence on him.
It has to line up.
Has
to line up with the historical record.
Right. And then we know human beings wrote the story So now we got to chart the human beings that will write the story, and we got to look at their literature. They don't even got no literature till about 600 BCE.
They said they was
We
in Egypt.
got to be real with this thing. So any influence is going to be coming somewhere between 7. You act like they really had King David and the boys. There was no King David. They wasn't writing no literature yet, right? So we got to see what time periods would have been influencing them. What periods in Egypt would have had the influence on them? Like, we know Moses wasn't in Egypt. We know none of that occurred, right? We talking theology. I mean, seriously, yo. So if you read the book, it say Abraham came from the Ur of Chaldees. So obviously, these cities over there in Mesopotamia will have its first influence on these people.
You believe that? You believe that part of the Bible?
No, because that's where they located. It's not hard.
No, hold on. So you believe that part?
Believe that's the area. That's the area, Chef. I don't have to believe this. It's more believable than them having influence in Baltimore, Maryland, Chef.
Hold on. No, Egypt is right there. They can walk
in your
into
head.
Egypt.
And
my
y'all,
God. Let's pull up a map.
Let's
pull up a map. Because your geography is horrible.
Okay, pull up.
So you're looking at the city of Ur.
Prove that point.
The city of Ur's proximity to Egypt, right? That's what we're looking for, right?
No, we're talking about.
He's gonna change it right now.
We're talking
about.
He's
gonna change it. Go ahead and change
Israel being closer to Egypt than it is whatever the hell he talking about. So go ahead.
I never know what I'm talking about.
And you were just talking about the city where Abraham was from, right? Which is the city of Ur.
First Hebrew, ain't he?
Right, the city of Ur in Mesopotamia, right?
That's Mesopotamia. So wouldn't Mesopotamia influence them before Egypt? Like at a certain point,
that's what I'm saying. Like this is why I be thinking like Jabari gonna destroy y'all, because y'all make horrible arguments and y'all argue about shit that ain't even relevant.
Right.
Nobody's arguing. Nobody's saying that Mesopotamia don't have influence. Of course, that's there. We're not talking about Mesopotamia influence. We're talking about Egyptian influence, man. Y'all like.
And that is a strong point of Jabari's.
Terrible at arguments, bro.
That is a strong point. That's a strong point of Jabari's, right? He will deliver his argument and clamp down, and anything outside of that, he will completely be dismissive of. If you're not addressing exactly his argument, right, he's gonna basically throw it by the wayside. Right, and I think that's a good point, Sosa.
That's what you're supposed to do. That's
his argumentation style.
As a debater, it's what you're supposed to do. You don't deal with arguments that
get out of here with that.
You don't deal with arguments that don't attack your direct statement.
Hey, Sosa, I ain't paying y'all no mind shit.
And that's why, and that's why I say when I make the argument, if Garfield comes into the debate with a similar style like he did with the brother Gorilla Hebrew, right?
Watch
with a ton of backup slides that are sort of like all over the place, and uses that sort of peppering style there. Jabari, you can't use that style with Jabari, right? Because
the 12 tribes chart
he will. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Brendan,
how he did it. And
I debated Jabari.
But Brendan, do you understand the difficult?
Can I speak?
Just let me say something real quick, Reggie. I ain't spoke a total of 3 minutes all together.
That's a lie.
I'm gonna say something and I'm gonna be right back out the way. I'm gonna be right back out the way. I listened to y'all niggas whole.
You read a whole.
Stories.
You read a whole chapter.
Yeah, I listened to y'all niggas whole stories and whole monologue. Come on, make that statement.
Read a whole chapter just now.
Let me say this. You know, the 12 tribes chart debate, right? Like, come on, bro. Like, seriously. Like, you're supposed to crush that. That's a totally different monster than we're talking about Egyptian influence on a culture of people that's in the goddamn Levant area that's cattle herding and roaming around the goddamn Mesopotamia Levant. That's a totally different beast. You know what I'm saying? But Garfield got a lot of knowledge, and if he got a shot, if he keep his composure, you know, because Jabari gonna be tapping at that ego, trying to get him to go off. And if he stay composed, we'll see. It should be a good show.
Okay, so the title of the debate was ancient Egyptian, did Christianity steal, or was it stolen? Did Christianity steal ancient Egyptian? So the word steal or stole, we speak English. We speak English. So the basis of this debate is to prove whether or not it was stolen. So I already let you know that there is a period of time which we call the Greek Hellenistic period, right? Where you got to remember Alexander the Great went into Egypt, and they became the leaders, and they actually became priests and high priests of that area. This sits on the backdrop of Christianity. Now, the Christianity, there are big questions, there are research questions. Is the proximity of Christianity to Egypt, or the intermediaries? The intermediaries are the Persian, the ancient Egyptian, the Greek, and the Roman. Those are the periods that you have to deal with. So you can't draw a straight line you cannot draw a straight line from ancient Egypt to Christianity, especially when Christianity is a sect of Hebrew culture. So it would have been better to say, to make the analysis not Christianity, but to make it Hebrew. So then you have much more wiggle room, but he didn't make, he signed up for a stupid debate.
That's not a debate.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. I'm telling you that the title of the debate was it stolen. So was it stolen from ancient Egypt? And I told everybody on this panel and everybody that's listening, there are intermediaries. There's the Greek, the Romans, the Persians, the Hebrews. There's ancient Egypt. Why excluding like that that article did, exclude all the other cultures that would have contributed and mislabel it? So what Jabari has to do for us, is to prove that it was stolen, particularly from England. Now, when he gets up there and says the son, the reason why you make the cross is because the son was crucified. That's what he said. He said the son was crucified, right? So when was crucifixion happening? So you can't say that the son was crucified, because that concept of crucifixion wasn't, and even when they crucified people, did they crucify people on a cross, or did they crucify people on a stake, right? So he fails there. This will be a technical debate. A technical debate is necessary to get through this question. I'll stop for now.
Put the hand up to Jabari hand.
Listen. All right. I want to say this. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to B. Dot the God. I see you in there. B. Dot is an excellent battle rapper, right?
Oh yeah, that's B. Dot.
Yeah,
what's up, bro?
He be killing shit. He be smoking shit. Definitely.
Yeah, fuck with Black African Power, B. Dot.
Yeah, definitely. He be smoking shit. But y'all geography is horrible, right? If the Bible says, right, and now we're using the Bible as a source, right? You said that it said he come from the aura of Chaldees.
Yeah, right? Chaldees, man.
Now, that's the part of the Bible you want to believe, right?
All part. What you talking about?
Hold on. So you don't believe the part where they said they was in Egypt?
No,
but you believe the part. But you believe the part that says.
I'm gonna let you.
Hold on.
I'm gonna let you get it off.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, get it off.
So you believe the part that says that one dude come from the aura of Chaldees, right? Which is completely out of the way, where Egypt and the Levant shares the same coastline. They're right there. So it will make more sense geographically that Egypt will have influence on the Canaanite people, right?
What? They're vassal at one point.
You ain't say Canaanites, did you, yo?
Canaanites were a vassal of Egypt.
The Canaanites,
where do
you think the Israelites live at, yo? They live in Canaan.
Hey, Rich, you see what he baiting and switching right now.
That's
go ahead, Chef.
So y'all telling me that's not? Y'all telling me that the ancient Levant wasn't Canaan?
Chef, go ahead, man.
All right, I'm done. Y'all go ahead and
Proving
make
my
all this
point.
shit up. Go ahead.
You're proving my point, Chef.
Oh my God.
And yet hostility, that's a new word, hostilities.
Mhm.
Yeah, with the S. You always wage war against me. You and that daggone Sosa, King Sosa, right? I said that there's a people called the Canaanites. I said there's a clear influence you can see in their deities on the Canaanites. I said, so the way we reconstruct this thing is, right, you got to deal with the Egyptian influence on the Canaanites, right, and Canaanite culture. Then you can deal with the influence on the quote-unquote Israelites, because we know the Israelites come out of the Canaanites. They're
That's what
basically
Sosa
Canaanites.
said.
Let me finish my
No,
point.
which is crazy.
Let me finish my point, bro. Just let me finish my point. Let me make my point clear, bro.
Oh my God, Joe.
Right? So when is the distinction there? When you talk about Israelites, you're talking about a specific people. Okay?
You don't know what you're saying.
Right? Customs and traditions. Okay? So when these people become the Israelites, right? The question is, when did they get influenced by Egypt?
The whole
That's
time.
the question. There are specific people we're talking. It's like the Native Americans. So if you say Americans, are you saying the Native Americans, right? Or the Americans that came later? Okay? So there are two specific nations. So to be very specific, when and where did the Egyptians have influence on the Israelites? When was the Israelites? What's the time period? You're telling me I'm picking and choosing? No, I'm talking about archaeology. What archaeology proves? There is no archaeology that proves that there has ever been an Israelite in Egypt. Let's get that straight.
I'm glad Garfield arguing against Jabbar, because
Today,
y'all,
I'm just saying,
y'all
today,
smoke.
there's no Israelites in Egypt, bro. Let's get that off the table. Don't play the game. No Exodus, no none of that. Nobody says that in archaeology.
Can the people change their name?
None of them say that.
Can the people change their name over time?
I don't want to hear the people change their name.
How many times have African Americans changed their name?
No.
Right? Do I descend from colored people and Negroes?
Children in Israel in Egypt. No matter what you say, bro.
Listen, at one point in time,
that's a good joke, Chef.
At one point in time, it was all coloreds in America, right? Then at another point in time, it was Negroes, right? Then around the late 60s and 70s, they were black. And in the 90s, they became African Americans. We're talking about the same group of people, yo.
But we can trace that. We can trace that.
Jeff, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Can I ask you definitely ask me some questions, Reggie.
Okay, so
wait, you play the game.
Okay,
that's how the archaeologists play the game.
Okay, so where is Abraham beginning his journey? Real quick.
So now y'all believe Abraham. So we're gonna play this game.
No. Where did Abraham?
Because Amorites, man, they better when tribe, man. I'm not
Amorites.
I'm not dealing with these.
You saying the Amorites?
Wait.
Did he just say the Amorites?
I'm sick on my stomach, yo.
I can't even talk to y'all
saying
no more.
anything at this point.
Oh man.
We know when I can get a question.
Sheffrin, answer my questions.
Go ahead.
Where did Abraham begin his journey?
When?
Where?
According to the Bible?
Yes.
Let's pull it up.
In Chaldees, in the Ur Chaldees.
Okay,
it's right here. Can you see this, Reggie?
Yes.
Let's navigate. Right? Is this city of Ur that we talk about? Right? Is this the city that we're talking about where Abraham had its origins? Right? He lived in the city of Ur. This is it, right?
Well, Chaldees wasn't even a name yet, and so
facts.
Oh my God, Joe.
The city of Ur in close to Mesopotamia, right?
Said,
so that's Mesopotamia.
They
So
said
wait.
that wasn't even a name. Then why would y'all
No,
even
that wasn't
say
the name.
that?
No, I'm saying that's not it. There's no, that's an anachronism. There's no place called Chaldees yet. But I use that to kind of show you the area, bro. Don't play me. Play
So
lotto.
what? So
I'm on
when
my
we
A
say
game.
know that.
Canaan,
That's the-
Gonna
so
get
when we
beat up.
say Canaan, we're talking about
You're
the
gonna
area in the
get beat
people.
up.
So let's finish.
You're gonna
Wait,
get
watch-
beat up.
But
Yeah,
y'all,
you'll get beat
hold
up.
on.
So
go
Abraham,
ahead.
after Abraham and his old wife, they navigate and they go to where? Where do they go? I'll tell you.
Egypt.
Where do they go?
They
No,
went to Egypt.
no, they go to Syria. They go to Haran.
Where did it say that in the Bible?
Look it up.
You know, got a real biblical person.
Look it up. They go to Haran.
Okay, what's the point, Reggie? They go to Egypt like so.
You don't know the Bible, so when I'm don't stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. So they go to Haran. From Haran, Abraham and his old wife Sarah go into Egypt for a weekend trip. They basically go in, and now he tells the Pharaoh that that's his sister. The Pharaoh is supposed to be.
Come on, bro. We don't want to hear
Come
this.
on, bro. Let's have a conversation, bro. Like
I'm just
I
telling you
don't
the
got
Bible.
time to do this bullshit.
I'm
Like,
just
come
telling you
on,
the
man.
Bible.
Can I ask a
I'm just telling you the
question?
Bible.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Stop
Cedric,
it. Abraham goes
let's
with
Cedric make
Sarah.
a statement.
Abraham, watch this. Abraham goes into now. Where is Haran? Look up on the map. Find Haran. Tell me.
Open them eyes, Reggie. Come on, work with me, yo. We got him on the ropes. Don't mess it up. Don't let him off the ropes.
You sleepy, man. You tired, man.
So
You got to take a
Abraham,
little nap, Reggie.
who
Just
is-
take a nap, bro.
Abraham, who is
Delirious right now.
who comes from one culture, right? Around the time of possibly Hammurabi.
Oh shit,
Reggie, we just started, bro. Take your little nap, bro. We just
Walk
started.
through. Hey, listen. So hey, listen. I know that's when we got you on the ropes.
got on the ropes, man. Don't let him get you.
So now,
Can I ask two simple questions really quick? I'm just gonna be really.
Now let him finish. I want to get there.
Gotta let him finish, yo. You coming in, yo. We know you ain't gonna stop once you get started, Cedric. What's up, bro?
So when he goes to Haran, that's in Syria. So now there's different groups of people within that area. Some you can call Canaanites, and the other ones you might be able to call Hittites. And there's also the Amorites. So he goes into an area that's largely how can I say connected to the Amorites and the Hittites. He leaves that area, goes into Egypt. Now, where did he slay his son? Where was he supposed to slay his son at?
What is going on here, Reggie?
Where did he do that? Where?
Yeah, it wasn't in Egypt. Most likely it was in Haran.
Okay.
Right? So in that part of the story, so he leaves Haran, he goes into Egypt, and then he comes back. He's pushed out of Egypt. He goes back into Haran, and that's where he begins to raise his sons. So he has a group of sons, and one of his sons gets kidnapped by his brothers and dragged into Egypt. Okay. So
what did you just say?
He said one of his brothers get kidnapped and brought into Egypt.
Yeah, he's
dragging.
Who brother?
Joseph.
Joseph.
Oh,
Joseph, huh? You know about Joseph?
I thought we talking about Abraham.
Yeah, but
Abraham, his sons. One of his sons.
Yeah, you talking about his sons, yo. Go ahead, Reggie. You got him on the
Joseph
roof.
wasn't Abraham's son. You know what? You niggas crazy. Go ahead, keep talking.
Okay, so then what happens now?
This man done jumped 600 years. He just jumped 600 years.
Hey, yo, we need a hero over here, man.
He went from Abraham to Joseph.
Isaac and Joseph, yo.
In one night, yo.
So Barry gonna win this debate.
What happens now?
Can I
Wait,
get?
you know how he lost already?
We in trouble, Federated. We in trouble.
Let's set it make a statement.
Hey, yo, ain't Isaac and Jacob the son? Yo, come on, help us out.
Let me just show you how Jabari already lost. all of this culture,
shit.
all of this culture of Mesopotamia, right, and the Hittite is a large part of the Bible. Egypt now enters the stage with Abraham getting kicked out, and then Joseph, and then he becomes Zapanea or something like that, right? And he marries the daughter of Potipharah, right? The priest Potipharah, and her name was Asenath. So now Egypt now begins to contribute to the Abrahamic story. But prior to that, you have all the cultures of between Ur-Chaldea and Haram as the main part of the story, and now Egypt enters into the story. So did Christianity steal from the Chaldean, Hittite, Amorite story?
All of it. All of it, Reggie. All of it.
Did he steal?
Oh man.
All of it.
Okay, I'll stop.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Cedric.
good job, hey Reggie. Good job, Reggie. That's a good job right there.
Question here is more in the title of the debate than anything else. How do you prove that you stole something that wasn't in a vault, put away, or not meant to be shared by everyone? There was obvious influence from Egypt, from the Persians, from the Babylonians. All of this played an influence on the culture of the Hebrews and their religion. But the key question here is you gonna have to prove how it was stolen. Did the Egyptians forbid you using their words, their text? Did they forbid you attributing concepts that they use in their religion? So the
y'all
words
taking stolen literally.
Stolen.
Yeah, y'all gonna take
stolen.
stolen literally.
That is crazy.
Stolen,
y'all nuts, yo.
Come on, so what you saying?
This debate is going to hang. Because there is influence back and forth all over the world. We watch a Japanese dancing hip hop today. Are we gonna say they stole it from Black Americans? No, they're just influenced by it.
That's
So
what
if
we
you
mean.
claim stolen,
that's what's
you're gonna have
stolen in
a
that
hard
context.
job to prove something was stolen.
But hey,
yeah,
Cedric,
I think they chose the stolen angle to make the debate topic a bit more provocative.
Exactly.
Right. So that's what it was. You didn't literally, steal.
Oh, so really,
if you listen to the conversation they've had previously,
oh wow,
Jabari's argument, like whenever somebody's have a debate, right? There's a premise to you get the person's premise. Jabari's premise that he's always stated is that whether right or wrong is that the major themes, right? The motif that originates in Kemet, that is what you find in Christianity. That's his argument. That is the premise of his argument.
Let me ask you a question. Now
y'all switching. We was talking about Judaism, just for the record. Y'all all ran to Christianity.
Judaism is a done deal. Nobody.
No, it ain't. No, that's
Egyptian
why
influence
you
on Judaism.
Yeah, that's why you ran though. We good. For the record, you ran.
What? That there's no Egyptian influence on Judaism?
Joseph
no,
was second.
No,
Joseph was
Keep
second
going.
to
Stay
Pharaoh.
where you at.
Joseph
Stay right
was
there.
Second to Pharaoh. Joseph was second to Pharaoh in command to Pharaoh.
Yeah, he sure was.
And
yeah, I know
Moses
he
was raised as a prince. Right?
Yeah.
So they never said that they was this high up in fucking Mesopotamia, but they showed you how they was heavily ingrained in Egyptian culture. And I'm not even saying the story is true. I'm saying that's what they said in their literature.
The origin is based on the goddamn Exodus.
But hold on.
Exodus out of Egypt. That's their whole rival, bro.
That's where they meet their God at.
Yeah.
Look, that's where they meet their God at for the first time coming out of Egypt. Right? The golden calf and all of that shit. Right? That's motherfucking Egypt. Y'all tripping.
Yeah, so Chef, you agree with Dr. Ben then?
Yeah, I read all that Dr. Ben shit. Dr. Ben.
How does that illustrate
I agree with Dr. Ben?
That it's stolen from Egypt because the story is...
Stop using stolen, Cedric, is influence. Because obviously, y'all can't handle the word stolen. Y'all want to take that literal. And
Oh,
that
hold
is
on.
not a
Hey,
literal
Chef,
statement.
I don't understand
Like
that, yo.
sometimes, Chef,
hold on.
you know, I get in off the panel because it don't make no sense. After I explain the difference between influence and stolen, and if the
Stop
title of the
using
debate is
stolen now.
stolen, you're gonna have a hard time proving it. And now telling me I have a hard time, Chef, you way too emotional for me, Dre. Hold that down.
All right, look. When hold on. When Moses went on Mount, when Moses went on Mount Sinai, right? God give him what the 10 laws, right?
Nigga, is that in Egypt?
Hold on, time out.
Right.
But what script was he using?
Nigga,
What script?
they wasn't writing shit. One
He
using
was-
no script.
Yeah, he
Then what-
was. He
hold-
did have a
hold on.
script.
Did
But
not
what
have a script.
So what was written? What
It wasn't written, it was oral.
It
That's
It
reality.
was written.
Not written, nigga.
It was written.
Nah, they had an oral tradition. Come on, man. That's why. You know what? I'm not telling y'all rookies.
The Bible said it
I'm
was
just
written.
telling y'all rookies.
The Bible
Not
said
gonna
it
do
was
it.
written. So all
The
right,
Bible
now,
said,
so
the
now
Bible
he
said
don't believe the
written there,
Bible, but he believed the Bible when it said he came from the Ur Chaldees. You see how he?
Right.
What the fuck?
Come
Yo,
on,
I'm
man.
nice with this Bible shit now. I'm the real
You
nigga.
my
Listen,
master
nigga.
teacher, man. Come on,
Nigga.
Come on,
Listen,
Baba.
man.
Baba.
Listen.
Baba.
Listen.
Baba.
Y'all stupid.
Master. Come on now,
Baba, you tripping, Baba?
You tripping, Baba. You really tripping, man.
Something wrong with y'all, man.
That's why I say
Oh, pretty,
organized religion is a rabbit hole.
Hold on, y'all know they wasn't
Absolutely.
right? Wait, let's get this straight.
No,
Listen.
we talking about the story though. I'm talking
Peace,
about
peace, federated. Peace, brother.
What's up,
Listen,
man?
man.
Hey, what's
Let me
happening?
help y'all out, man.
My master teacher tripping, man. God,
I'm not. I'm saying, where is Mount? Where he went up on the mountain at, yo? Where he go at? Let's do this.
You tell us. Tell us.
No, we just talking about the literature. We just talking about the book.
No. What mountain was you about to say,
I don't know. He just said it. What mount was it?
Ain't nobody said
Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai.
Yeah,
Mount Arafat.
That's Egypt.
I'm tripping, man.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Them niggas want to know where they wrote that shit. They wrote themselves in Egypt, though. So they wrote, listen, this is my point. So there's a lot of different, and I think Reggie said it, but we laughed through it. But he was basically saying there's a hodgepodge of different concepts because these are real people, right? The Israelites are real people, right? And in their day, they're influenced by different people. And so if we just looked on the map, you would have to see who was in power during the times when they would have actually wrote the literature. And it sure as fuck wasn't the Egyptians at this time period. They had already ran through they had already ousted the Egyptians after they destroyed Pianki and them. This is around 700 BCE. They destroyed the Kushite rule, right? This is the Persian, I believe. No, the Assyrian. My fault. The Assyrians, and then the Assyrians overtake the Persians. Assyrians, and then the Persians overtake the quote unquote Assyrians. These are the time periods where this literature is actually being produced around between 700 and 600 BCE. You don't even got none of them texts on that time period, right? So these people are writing in an environment that are controlled by a Persian government, and they even tell you in the Bible that the Persians built temples for them and did all that shit. So yes, they do have some Egyptian.
Federated, can you mute your mic, Federated?
So hold on.
We got some feedback.
You saying they got Egyptian influence? Why would
listen
you
when I said that? I'm just making a point. But it's not as heavy as the conscious community has made it. The conscious community has forgotten about what I just said completely. They left that completely out and ran straight to Egypt, bro. And I'm saying that's not real. That's what Garfield is going to excel at, because it makes sense to look to religions in your own homeland before you look to abroad for a religion. It just makes sense. Now, since Egypt was famous and infamous, right, during the time periods that they claim they writing about, then you have to write yourself into that story. So the superpowers today in 2022 would be the United States and Russia and China. Okay? So if you want to make yourself feel like you was part of this period, in 2022, you would have to write yourself into the United States. It wouldn't make sense to write yourself into an environment 500 years, 2,000 years later, right? You want to be part of this time period. So you claim yourselves to be in the United States and these great people that was rose up by God, and you defeated the great United States, right? That's how you do that. You write this up in history, okay? And you write about the things that you think Egypt, the United States was. You put it together. That's how the Israelites did it. So they never was in Egypt at no time periods. The time periods where they're writing, once again, you can look it up, is during these Persian periods, right? So we have Zoroastrianism, which is monotheism. So why wouldn't monotheism influence their deity as opposed to people that practice pantheism? Remember, they was directly against pantheism, the gods. Where did they get their idea of the one God from? They didn't get it from Egypt, right? They couldn't have got it from Egypt because Egypt wasn't dealing with the one nothing. Persia, Zoroastrianism, the one God. Look it up. Holy monster. Right?
Hold on, Federated State. Before we get to that, I still have to understand, bro. Because why would you argue with me when I said that the Egyptian influence on Judaism, bro? Why would you even argue against that shit like I was incorrect and then come back and say what I just said? Like,
no, I said there's a piece of it, but the majority of it is not Egypt. You started with Egypt.
You flat out
Egypt ain't it,
bro. I said
Egypt
that
didn't influence their deity.
I said
their
that
monotheism. That's the key thing in anybody's religion is
I said that there was Egyptian influence on Judaism. You got irate when I made that statement.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand if you just came back and made the same statement.
Time, sir.
I'm just confused.
It wasn't Judaism at that time.
I don't care what it was. Man, I'm not doing the name thing.
No, you don't care.
I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that.
No, you know what? See, you're not even in the debate, King Sosa.
Of course I'm not.
King Sosa, you talk. You don't care about me. You don't.
I do, Reggie. I do care about you, Reggie. I just be poking fun at you, bro. Like, don't take.
No. But I'm just saying, almost every debate on Sonnetta's platform, brother Reggie has.
Oh no, but you let Unc slide out the back door like you being his gunfight. I'm still trying to make.
I wasn't sliding out the back door.
Reggie, you got to admit, you got me over here wandering. I'm still looking for the city of Haram.
Come back and say, Social, you was right, bro. There's Egyptian influence on Judaism. I ain't mean it like that. Say that.
So, let me ask
Hold on, Federation. I need it. At least say that to me, bro. Because you got me feeling crazy.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Let me show y'all something, man. Y'all tripping, man.
Do you agree with that or not?
No. Let me read this to you.
So you don't agree with Egyptian influence on Judaism?
No, not as much as you would make it.
I didn't make a claim.
You didn't, but I
didn't say any amount. I didn't say
okay, all right, yeah. Okay.
I didn't say 10%. I didn't give a number range.
You sure didn't, but the way you spoke with vigor.
The way I spoke gave a percentage in your head.
Vigor. Your vigor. And then it kicked off a good show. So what the hell? Let me read this. The Ahmed. The Achaemenid Empire. Say it again. The Achaemenid Empire. That's the Persian Empire for y'all. The Achaemenid Empire was created by nomadic Persians. The Persians were an Iranian people. See, so I'm gonna look to Iranian people to really influence these quote unquote Hebrews, right? Who arrived in what is today Iran, 1000 BC, and settled the region, including northern West Iran. The Zoroastrian Mountains and Persis along the native Elamites. They say the Persians were originally nomadic pastoralists in Western Iran plateau. Okay, so I just want to put you a major culture in play during this time. What is their religion? Zoroastrianism. They practice Zoroastrianism. What is Zoroastrianism? It is said to be the oldest monotheism. What are the Hebrews? The Hebrews are monotheists, right? So we're going to talk about influence. I heard you say Yahweh, and you threw all that in there. And I was like, whoa. I asked you, what was the influence? You yelled out Yahweh. Yahweh was really a deity of the Shashu Bedouin, right? Yahweh of the Shashu. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't a deity That's another borrowed deity. That wasn't their deity. All right. Now, the influence, they're known as monotheism. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. So who really influenced that? We was always taught Egypt, when really it's Zoroastrianism. It's the Persians. They the ones during that time, 700 BCE, right? Like I got work on that oldest Hebrew text. Is a prayer, right? Ain't got nothing to do with the biblical thing. They don't even get in 300 BCE when you start to see a biblical text, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all can look it up. I ain't making this shit up. So when people actually start writing, there's a whole new power, and Egypt is done, right? I mean, that's the point. That's just what I want to say. So I'm gonna leave it right there. Go ahead, bro.
So when they talk about the pharaohs, they're actually talking about. I'm talking about when in the book when the Israelites talk about pharaohs and all that. They're not talking about the Egyptian pharaoh. They're talking about the Persian pharaohs during that period of time.
No, they're trying to write themselves back into history because that's how you gotta make yourself ancient.
So my question is, they don't know they don't know the existence of the original Egyptian. They only know what the Persian, because that's what they see. Remember? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What's your point? Go ahead.
No, my point is, if you saying Egypt was not in power during that period of time, it was the Persians in power in 700 BC. Then
600. Hold on, let me give it to you. Hold on. Ancient Iran Empire is more than a millennium, from 600 BCE to 650. All right.
So after that, who was in charge?
And then the Greeks come in.
Okay, then after the Greeks, the Romans.
And then the Romans. Yeah.
Okay, so you saying they ain't start writing until in the 300 BC, pretty much, right?
Yeah, 600. They got a prayer, like one little text. The oldest text probably go about 600, and got nothing to do with the Bible at all.
Okay,
it ain't written in Hebrew or none of that.
And
it wasn't written in the Hebrew script. I think it's written in some type of Phoenician, huh?
It was written in Phoenician script.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Okay, and this is around 300 BC, right?
Around 600
BC.
Script go back to 6.
And at that time, the Persian was in charge, right?
You got hold on. You got hold on. Let me get the right date for you. Wait a minute. Now the Persians go back 1000 BC, second millennium BCE. Zoroastrianism enters the historical record. Yes, second millennium BCE. Yep. So second millennium BCE, which is 1000 BCE. The oldest Hebrew text is about 600, 500 BCE. So I'm saying they influenced by fucking Zoroastrianism.
Okay.
That's the fuck I'm saying. Like that's the shit right there. Now, that's what I'm saying. Now y'all just say I'm crazy, but that is monotheism. Egyptians are not monotheism. Ain't got nothing to do with monotheism at all. But the monotheism is in Zoroaster. They don't play the Father, Son, Holy Spirit is one deity. They don't do none of that.
Yahweh,
doesn't
Yahweh come from a pantheon of deities, and he was actually lower in rank, and then Yahweh was raised to the supreme deity? So they came from a polytheistic mindset, and then rose Yahweh to a higher position, and made it more made it monotheistic, coming out of a polytheistic framing.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would look to the people that's got them under siege first. And yes, so they do get it from the Shah better. And based off of the influence of Zoroastrianism, they make it one deity. So I can agree with you on Sosa, but the thing that push them to the one deity, I'm saying, is Zoroastrianism. Like you right there living in there. You right there.
So my question is, so can you give me? Are you saying they never went in? I'm talking about the Israelites. Do you believe they never went into Egypt?
No, they never went to Egypt. Never.
Okay, so they just hearing stories from who are they hearing these stories about these pharaohs?
But the
I mean,
stories
I
that
know.
mainly Egypt was renowned, yo. So everybody's still talking about it. And it's like we still talking about the Native Americans 2,000 years later.
Let me ask this question for I think get more clarity.
All right, go
Are
ahead.
you the Israelites, right? They have ancestors and an ancestry. Do you think? Are you saying that their ancestors, the ancestral lineage, don't trace back to the time when they were in Egypt?
Okay, so can I get some
There
history?
was a question for Unc.
No, but I can help.
I just want to give let Unc. Then you go after Unc.
Plead the fifth.
Okay, so you have to understand the periods of time. So again,
Nah, I'm fucking with you, Sosa.
Is that a no, Reggie?
I
Is that
would
a yes
say,
or no?
yeah, I would say that their ancestors would have been maybe some of those Asiatic tribes in Egypt. I would say that.
You called them Amorites. You said the Hebrew was Amorites.
I
I
might
mean, you said it.
start
I'm
you.
just basing on what you said. You said it.
Yeah, I would say something like that type of shit. Because they in the Bible they do say the Amorites, right? They say Abraham the Amorite, some shit like that. Yeah, I ain't gonna play.
well, Abraham becomes the first Hebrew in the religious construct. But the fact of the matter is that he was not a Canaanite, right? When he goes to Haran, I mispronounce it as Haram, but when he goes to Haram, he's in another grouping of kind of Semitic people, Akkadians and stuff like that. So then he gets his message from God. He gets his message from God when he comes back about Canaan, about Canaan is cursed. You will flourish. You will flourish in Canaan. You will basically, I'm allow you to steal these people's lands, and your ancestors will be as many as the stars and stuff like that. So then Joseph gets kidnapped by his own brothers, brought into Egypt, has this whole thing, becomes the Pati or the Vizier, right? And then you have the story of Pharaoh comes that did not know him many years later, and then there is this whole Moses story. Then they go into Canaan. When they go into Canaan, now it's about the Canaan. It's about the places that will become Israel. But it's not Israel. First, they have to Canaanites to death. They murder them. But history says there's the Moab or the Meshe Stela, and the Meshe Stela now describes the Moab people fighting with a king in that area called Omri, and they're fighting to the death. And the Moab people said that they annihilated them. They murdered them all. So the question now is really, is the people there really Moab people? But that's another story. Now, when we get into Egypt, Egypt is only important really in the Moses period, right? He was taught by the Pharaoh. He was raised in the Pharaoh's house. He knew all the ways of the Pharaoh and all of that stuff. So now, when it comes to Christianity, which is many, many, many hundreds of years later, right? Jabari now has to say that exclude all of this history that we're talking about, all these periods of time, right? And say that Christianity was stolen directly from Egypt. So he has to exclude the Ptolemy period, the Hellenist period, the Akkadian period, the Hittite period. He has to the Canaanite period. He has a kind of a fixation on Egypt because of the myths that he wants to propagate. So you have to understand, he's propagating a Kemetic philosophy, and he is drawing Christians, the old trick of Dr. York, of all of these cult leaders, the Hebrews, the whole One West camp. What they do is they sit their camp next to the Christians, and they're drawing from the Christian audience because the story's already been told, and all they have to do is tell a new story to get you to leave from where you are to Kemetic. Jabari Osase is an admitted Roman Catholic person. He's an admitted Roman Catholic person. So he builds his whole thing on the Roman Catholic thing. Now look what he does.
Get to this. Come on, man. Let's
Just
have
look
the
what he does.
conversation.
Just look what he does. He's the priest, even though his wife is the one who can actually read Medu Neter, he's the priest. That's what the Roman Catholic Church does. That the male has to be the dominant. Even though she's more of an expert, he's the expert, right? And then he builds his thing. He's a priest, just like Ohem Neter, just like the Christian church. He totally excludes the Hebrew. How could you exclude the Hebrew from the story? How could you do that? How come you just can't say that Christianity was stolen from the Hebrew? And then that would be better, because the Hebrew now absorbs the stuff that we're talking about, which is the Egyptian and then in the Near East world. No, why does he exclude all of the Hebrew story to ancient Egypt? That's for the purposes of his propagation of his confirmation bias. I'll stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him out of here with this source, Reggie. I'm tired of playing with him, yo. Let me get him out of here. Get everybody out of here. That's how we do it. We're not gonna do the conscious community shuffle. We're not playing that. What we want to do is we want to come to the Encyclopedia Britannica. All right, that's why I'm doing it, and I'm gonna rest my case. Damn it. I want the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
You don't?
Yeah, because they lied about what you taught me about Onesimus. If you go look it up, they don't give credit to Onesimus. They give credit to somebody in London of giving Cotton Mather's and his yeah, man, just look it up. They don't give credit to
No, they don't. No, they don't.
For real, I'm telling you the truth. They don't give credit to that.
You go find that, right? This is actually Boston's history in Boston. Onesimus is known as the 100 Bostonian. So this is actually, like state history for Boston. So yeah, pull it up if you can. But while you're looking for that, I'm gonna put this. All right, boom. Coming to the screen, Encyclopedia Britannica. We're gonna come to the section nature and significance. Y'all can see it. Hey, Chef, where you at, Chef now?
Yep, we see you. Yep.
You want to read that?
I'm right here.
Go ahead, read that, Chef now. We'll see where we at. Go ahead.
All right. It says nature and significance. The ancient Greeks saw in Zoroastrianism the archetype of the dualistic view of the world and human destiny. Zoroastria was supposed to have instructed Pythagoras in Babylon and to have inspired the Chaldean doctrines of astrology and magic.
Hold on for a minute. The Chaldean doctrines. Where's that word? Where we hear that Chaldean at before?
In the Bible,
okay.
Or Chaldees. It is likely that Zoroastrianism influenced the development of Judaism and the birth of Christianity. The Christians following a Jewish tradition identified Zoroaster with Ezekiel, Nimrod, Seth, Balaam, and Baruch, and even through the latter with Jesus Christ himself. On the other hand, as the presumed founder of astrology and magic, Zoroastria could be considered the arch heretic. Go down. All right. Though Zoroastrianism was never even in the thinking of its founder, as insistently monotheistic as, for instance, Judaism or Islam, it does represent an original attempt at
unifying
under the worship of one supreme God, a polytheistic religion comparable to those of the ancient Greeks, Latins, Indians, and other early peoples. Its other salient feature, namely dualism, was never understood in an absolute rigorous fashion. Good and evil fight an unequal battle in which the former is assured of triumph. God's omnipotence is thus only temporarily limited. In this struggle, all human beings must enlist because of their capacity for free choice. They do so with soul and body, not against the body, for the opposition between good and evil is not the same as the one between spirit and matter. Contrary to the Christian or Manichaean
from Manichaeism.
Okay, from Manichaeanism, a Hellenistic dualistic religion founded by the Iranian prophet Mani. Attitude, fasting, and celibacy are prescribed except as part of the purgatory ritual. The human struggle has a negative aspect nonetheless, in that it must strive. You just moved the screen?
Yeah, go ahead, because you come to the end. You can read the last.
Nonetheless, in that it must strive for purity and avoid defilement by the forces of death, contact with dead matter, etc. Thus, Zoroastrian ethics, though in itself lofty and rational, has a ritual aspect that is all-prevailing. On the whole, Zoroastrianism is optimistic and is optimistic. Where I'm at?
I'm moving on you.
Oh, on the whole, Zoroastrianism is optimistic and has remained so even though the hardship and oppression of its believers.
So yeah, it's a lot of themes in there that you later on see in Christianity.
That's a fact.
And fasting and all that.
Yeah, it sounds just like Christianity and Judaism. It sounded just like Christianity and Judaism.
Yeah, and see, we never was actually taught this because we was like Egyptomania, and we played that card too hard. And as I learned to study world religions, I started to see things picked up. I talked about Zoroastrianism years ago, and it didn't kind of catch on. But I'm glad we ran back into this conversation again. So once again, Chaldean, mysticism, the whole 9 yards. So I'm gonna look there first, and then I'm gonna make my way to Egypt, and I'm thinking that's the way. I think that's a good way to kind of look at it. I mean, okay, yeah, so no.
But see, that's
I think Jabari's mistake is going to be, he's going to leave all that out.
But see, that's the thing, though, right? That's not Jabari's mistake. Jabari is showing the Egyptian influence. See,
on Christianity.
You're right. You showed the Persian influence. Fine, they're not arguing whether Persia influenced influenced Christianity, right? They're arguing is whether Egypt influenced Christianity. See, that's the thing. Nobody.
You see them bullets, Unc?
Right.
Right, and that's it. And when you watch the lecture, he came out, and even I just watched the playback of one of the lecture. He says, I'm not saying that Egypt is the only influence in Christianity.
Right.
There were many.
Right.
So arguing that there were many does not defeat his argument.
Doesn't.
Yeah, let me tell you what defeats his argument, actually.
Oh my
so
God.
There are actually historical Persian documents. Hold on. There are actually historical Persian doctrines that the Israelites were in captivity in Persia. This is a historical event. there is no historical documentation that the Hebrews were other in Egypt, right? So any influence they got would have ran through Persia, Greece, right? The Greeks are the authors, right? Is in Kohan Greek, right? So any influence that came through to the quote unquote Israelites or the Christians never was direct influence. See, let me get that straight. And I think it's important to say they never got directly influenced by Egyptian culture, right? Their influence would have had to come through by way of Persia, by way of Greece, right? By way of Rome. That's
was
my
the
point.
early church fathers in North Africa and Egypt specifically.
Yeah, but that's Greek culture at that point.
Oh my God. See?
You know that though, right?
See? Hellenistic
No, I'm saying
Egypt.
you know that though, right?
Excellent analysis,
but it's still Egypt.
No, I'm not wrong though. No, it's not, bro.
Oh
Not at
my
that point.
fucking God.
Native America is not America. It's not Native America no more, bro.
So you're telling me that the Ptolemies in them,
the Christians, they're in Egypt, bro. Like they're one of the early.
Who muted me out? Everybody muted?
We're not live anymore. I think the live just went.
Oh, you died. You killed this.
Hold on. Maybe not. No.
Yeah, we is live.
It started back. Okay, my bad.
All right. Wait a minute. All right. Okay. Well, I think we reached a spot here. Jabari argues for direct influence, like he said our ancestors gave the world Christianity, right? That's his real thing right here. Now watch this. No, even if the Egyptians was our ancestors, right? Actually, our ancestors didn't. It would have been the Ptolemies, the Greeks that would have did that. It would have been their brand of Egyptian culture. They wasn't practicing straight Egyptian culture. They was practicing a mix between Greek and Egyptian culture, like a neo. They never was practicing the Nile. They wasn't doing that. Like that's
not his argument, though. That's not his argument.
Oh man!
Like, did we know the Ptolemy? You just said the Ptolemaic got Egyptian influence, so that Egyptian influence is still there, even during the Ptolemaic period.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna tap out, yo. I don't even see that. Like
debate.
when I look at the Ptolemies, yo, I don't look at that as Egyptian Nile Valley culture. All right, but I look
but you look at the Nubians as Egyptian Nile Valley culture.
Hey,
Fuck
yeah, hold on. The Egyptians is different. I mean, the Nubians is a little different.
I bet it is.
They black.
Yeah, they the origin of the Nubians is the origin of Egyptian culture. Yeah. I look at that different, bro. Like when they came in, you ain't had to teach them shit. They came in and put the shit back where it was at. Now, how could you put anything back where it was at if you wasn't thoroughly entrenched in understanding what was going on? And I would even argue, right? When I think y'all ready, I would even argue that New Kingdom, Thutmose, was actually going back to one of the first sacred places.
All right, we ain't talking about that though. We talking
all right,
about
we ain't talking about
Christianity.
That. All right, go ahead.
Fuck
Get the question.
With that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, for some odd reason, I got it, but I can't do it on my phone. But all you gotta do is type smallpox, Britannica. This is smallpox vaccine Britannica, and it would say, and it would go right into that order.
Yeah, he ain't come up with the vaccine, yo.
Who? No, I ain't say he did. I never say he did.
Oh,
it was general, but I'm saying they give it. What's that lady name? She says she got it from Turkey. It was
that was one of the places where they was practicing whatchamacallit. It wasn't vaccination. It was it's called. You know what it's called?
Inoculation.
Inoculation. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Turkey, China, and West Africa, and Ethiopia.
Yeah.
This comes from West Africa.
But even in that article in Britannica, they mention China, China, Turkey, but they don't mention West Africa. They mention this lady who introduced it who had I forgot her name, but you know the lady name, huh? Matter of fact, the Time Magazine did an article on her a while back and saying that she was a pioneer, so forth. I forgot her name. But yeah, but what I was saying is they didn't give our man any credit, Onesimus any credit about, because that was like 75, almost 80 years later when but he had to Jenner had to get learn from Onesimus. I mean, the doctor who who wrote it down for him to further on his education for you know what I'm saying?
No.
So actually, it's the first trial actually that was put forth.
We
I
overplayed that
forget the
Onesimus shit. That's what happened.
Huh?
We overplayed that Onesimus shit.
No, not at all. No,
We always
that's good.
do.
No. No. That's not overplayed at all. That's in Boston history actually, and
Shit is
you get your
overplayed.
first clinical trial. Don't make me beat you up, yeah. I'm tired of beating you up, Sheffrin. I don't feel like doing
I
it.
think Chef be doing that just to be doing it. I don't think he
I
means
mean, he do it
anything.
like he's supposed. He's supposed to question
Yeah,
everything, though. He's
nah,
supposed
but
to make sure shit ain't overextended. I'm good with that. I got extended clips though. So we talking about the clinical trial. That's what we really talking about. And I forget the doctor's name that went to Harvard. He was a good fellow, right? And he actually was fighting against Jenner. He was fighting against them, saying, "Wait a minute, yo, we can't let a preacher, Cotton Mathis, do medical procedures and shit." He said we got to do it right. And so what he ended up doing was they ended up doing a trial. And this is the first trial, and they started to get the ratio of how many people was dying and how many people was living from
right.
accident calculated. And this is noted in history, right? And we ain't got to fight. You can pull it up, Onesimus in Wikipedia. We can go right to the Wikipedia, yo. Yeah, the Wikipedia get tell you the tale. Onesimus. How you spell it? O-N.
Yo, we was talking about Christianity in Egypt.
All right, we can stop right there. I'll
Yeah,
bring
we
it up
can stop.
quick.
The hell?
Yeah, we flips back and forth.
Yeah, we get back to that later.
We about to
Yeah, we
get
get back to that later.
flagged fucking with this.
Nah, they ain't gonna get you. Nah, they only get you when you.
No, go ahead. No, y'all was fucking with y'all. Go ahead. Everybody finished making their points on why Garfield gonna win. Like I said, all he got to do is show the influence. Y'all
That's what I'm
denying the
saying.
influence. Y'all saying that the influence is everything but Egypt.
No. I don't think we all get that. I think there are some influence, but he said it was. I think the argument is he said the origin of Christianity or something like that, or the stoke. Yeah, I think
Motif. The motif. That's what his argument is. Like he said it 1,000 times.
I mean, he gonna lose anyway because the conscious community is so just stuck
That's
on
why
it.
I say. That's why I say.
I'm not
man,
gonna base the debate on. Yeah, I ain't gonna base my opinion on. Like, I'm not even gonna take the Sonetta vote into consideration doing this.
Nah, but
I'm gonna
that's
look
what
at
I'm
the
saying.
debate and then I'm gonna make a determination based on the debate.
But King Sosa, he's Jabari gonna win because that's the home base over there for him.
Facts.
They gonna they gonna blow up.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can watch the debate for yourself though, and then determine who you think won the debate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
but
in a debate, it doesn't matter who's correct. It's about argumentation. That's what I keep saying. It doesn't matter if a person is pseudo debating the person that's not pseudo scientific. If the person argumentation is, but that's why you see many pseudo destroy scientific literate people because they're not prepared for certain argumentation to get stumped. So it's about debating. It's not necessarily about how accurate your information is. Really, you know what I'm saying? It's about the argumentation.
You mentioned the motifs, and this is something I was actually listening to one of the Dr. Ben's lectures today online. He was drawing that correlation between Christianity and the Egyptian tradition. And he mentioned one of the first gods he mentioned was Hathor, right? Which is I guess the cow or the cattle god, right? The female deity. And its relationship, he said that was a translation to that over into Judaism with the golden calf.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Right. So that's one of the motif similarities that Dr. Ben talks about, right?
Can you pull that up, Brendan?
I can pull up the audio on it. I'll have to find it, but I don't have it.
Yeah, he
says
says
now.
He says the calf, the golden calf they was worshiping when they left out of Egypt was the gold. There's only one calf.
It's Hathor. Exactly right. Was Hathor, right? I guess Hathor was supposed to be one of the is one of the earliest or one of the oldest deities in the Egyptian pantheon, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And again, right, all of these motifs, when we talk about this conversation about Egypt, or Christianity borrowing these motifs from Egypt, right, it goes back to some of these things that Dr. Ben was talking about, right? This whole thing, and it as well. I think they mentioned it was the 42 laws of Ma'at, right? Saying that how could I think you guys you hit on it earlier, right? Dr. Ben talked about it. He says, how could Moses could live in Egypt, right? Serve as an administrator in Egypt so long, right? Be exposed to the 42 laws of Ma'at, but then when he actually goes to author the 10 Commandments, not actually use that as inspiration, right? So it goes back to this whole question, right? We're drawing these similarities between these motifs and these, the stories sound similar, right? Drawing the connection between things that sound similar is one thing, but how do we know that there is a real connection culturally there? Right? How are we actually drawing that?
Well, you look at proximity, you look at geography, you look at trade, right? Were these people trading in the area? You know what I'm saying? Were they moving back and forth in an area, right? So that's your first evidence or clue, or at least a premise to say, okay, now I can start looking into the actual product and start making a comparative analysis at the particular literature. You know what I'm saying? But if you're looking at if you just start with the new, because we kind of got to get back to new stuff. If you just look at the Old Testament, though, I mean, the center point of the launch pad of the Hebrew Israelite movement is the Exodus out of Egypt. That's what makes them who they are. Moses leads those people out of Egypt, and those individuals go on to do all the shit that's in that Old Testament.
Yeah, but you gotta have that, yo, to even have it to be ancient. You gotta mention the superpowers all the time. You gotta live there, nigga. Shit. So you saying basically the fact that they act like they was there was the influence. That's the game you're saying. I'm saying no.
They're talking about their ancestors.
Their own religion.
They're talking about their ancestors.
No, they're not. They saying the Israelites specifically. They said the Israelites, Moses, and all that is an Israelite. They found Moses on the river, yo. They found the Israelite baby on the river. It was an Israelite already. They found him on the river, and they took him in to the Pharaoh's house. The Pharaoh's daughter found him on the river, saved him, which is ridiculous. You're going down a 100-mile-an-hour moving river in a basket.
Story don't gotta be true. Right. Story don't gotta be true. It's not about it being true. That's not the point.
I know, but listen, so you're basically saying, I'm saying they use it as a prop, not influence, because the whole story is diabolically against the Egyptians. So at no point would they use, based off their thing, why would they use something they hate? Matter of fact, they use it as a prop to destroy. They destroyed the Egyptians. They destroyed the whole Egyptian army and all their false gods. So yes, they use it as part of the play of destroying and defeating the known ruler of that day. That's the influence I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, not their religion. They wouldn't use none of it. Yeah, I say they used Zoroastrianism while they was in Persia, which we can actually detail.
They used Persia. That's that. They did do that.
But here's the thing.
Nobody's gonna fight you.
I get you. I'm just making my point. We got 2 points. We got points. We got points over this motherfucker. We keep them score. We got points.
Okay, yeah. The issue I have is you talking about now, like you were saying, Persian was in charge during that period of time, and these Israelites, 400, 500 years is trying to put themselves, write themselves in a history that is 400, 500 years after they come into Egypt, whatever the case may be. The real Egyptian having power, you know what I'm saying? But they don't know nothing about this power. 400 or 500 years later, they're writing about these people they don't know nothing about. Because Persians in charge. The Persians in charge right now.
That's not what Dr. Ben said. Like, y'all gotta stop.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but we got Dr. Ben on record.
That nigga stupid, yo.
Right? We got Dr. Ben on record.
Man, don't listen to Chef
Master teacher, man. Come on, master teacher. You telling me Egypt's not in
Doc was
charge.
wrong. Nick. Look, Doc was wrong.
No, how Dr. Ben gonna be wrong? Look, if he can tell you that the Egyptians come from Uganda, and you can say you rocking with them on that, but you ain't even going to rock with them on motherfucking Egypt having influence on the motherfucker that's right next door to him. and the people say they was there. Right? Go find me the record where the Ugandans say they went to Egypt. The motherfucking Israelites said in their book, yeah, we was all up in Egypt. And it's right next door, but you ain't gonna believe. And Dr. Ben saying, yeah, y'all was there. We influenced y'all, but you ain't gonna rock with that. You gonna rock with the Uganda shit. You got to be kidding me, yo.
Hey, Chef, you want to check out? Do you want to check out this clip?
Yeah, I definitely want to check out the
Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen.
Yeah, I'm rocking with
always,
Dr. Ben.
always.
Wait, Brendan, do not let him shoot at me like that without me getting out the way of that. I never said that. I never said they went to Uganda. What I said was that Dr. Ben gave us a source that said they came from the beginning of the Nile where the god Hapi dwells. And he said it was in the upstate New York fucking library in the Papyrus of Hunefa. Okay, we've never been able to find that. In the Papyrus of Hunefa, it does not talk about that. So he was wrong with that. But he's absolutely right. When you talk about
not wrong.
Chad,
He made that shit up.
Areas and those people that migrated from the white and blue Nile into he's right about that. He's giving us a southern locale, though. He didn't have it all right. But he was way better than half of these people to this day.
Yeah, play Dr. Ben on the Bible.
Do you want to see this beautiful beam footage? Let's see this beautiful beam footage.
Cue
right?
that up.
Again, this is
shout out to the ancestors. Let's get it.
Dr. Ben,
this is
Dr. Ben about to kill y'all.
All right, so
now you mess with Dr. Ben. I ain't messing with
Dr. Ben about to smoke.
No, I don't.
As soon as the time, it'll be on his side, the right side of his argument. Y'all nigga jump ship.
Right.
Right.
When he actually right, when he actually right about something, y'all don't want to fuck with him. But the other shit, he batshit fucking crazy.
Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Do not allow Chef and L and King Sosa.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, we can hear.
You taking it back to Wishful Common show? Yeah.
It's a bit blurry, but remember this is old footage here.
Origins of Christianity.
Can you hear that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'll start this over.
The scholar continues his discussion of the African origins of Christianity.
It will seem strange, it should seem to you, that the first worship that man worshiped was not a man, not a god, but a goddess. The goddess Hathor. Hathor, 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 symbolized as a cow with a sun disk between her horn, which the Jews adopted and called the golden calf. The present Hindus adopted it and called it the sacred cow. When you go to Egypt right here and the western bank of the Nile, there is a temple at a place called Denderah, Denderah, built in honor of goddess Hathor and you would see 3,500 faces on each of the columns and our places of this African woman. And that's why they will have you go to Mecca and to Palestine and to, Jerusalem and to Bethlehem, but never to Egypt, never to Ethiopia, never to Nubia, to see the ancient tombs dug into the walls. When I say a tomb, this building is less than a quarter the size of the average tomb. I'm not talking about an 8x5 things, where all the records are there. When you talk about this, the source of this having come through Judaism, but where did Judaism get its belief source? When Abraham's supposed to have come from here with his 18-year-old daughter at 80 years of age, obviously he didn't mess with that girl once. 80 years old, walking across the desert with an 18-year-old wife.
Is this the trip that you were talking about, Reggie, from to Haram?
Yeah,
this was that trip, right?
That was that trip. Dr. been killing y'all.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Go ahead, Dr.
Here you go.
Let's be reasonable now.
Yes, let's be reasonable.
Right. If it's in the Bible, then it's right. But you forget who wrote the Bible. You say, inspire men of God. I'm inspired by God too. Aren't you inspired by God when you need to go to the toilet and you don't get an inspiration? What happened?
Yo, Stu.
You do all over the place. So you better get an inspiration to go to the toilet, or you don't go, and you in trouble. An inspired man by God.
Wow.
This is my professor. I don't care what y'all say.
Hey, y'all look at that. Hey, this y'all master teacher.
This y'all master. You hear what he just?
This y'all master teacher, dog. Don't be laughing at that man like that. That's y'all master teacher.
Let's go.
Hey, but to be honest though,
yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly, but
I'm going.
I never been to Egypt. Why you laughing? I'm glad. But just looking at those monuments, though, those so-called painting that is still existing on the wall. It's like, I'm not saying all the building or nothing like that, but I'm just saying that it still look brand new, like certain halls or whatever the case may be. But what I'm trying to drive at,
they're doing constant restoration of this stuff as well, right? They spend a lot of money keeping that stuff up, right? So
okay,
that's what Anthony Browder does. That's what Anthony Browder them do over there.
Yeah.
They go over there to certain sites and they touch it up.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you could tell that those Egyptians was bad mother jammer back then, man.
Oh yeah,
they look like some bad boys
that.
back there.
That goes without saying.
Let's see if we can just finish this, because I want Brother Reggie's context or add some color when we finish this particular video. Brother Reggie, if you could hold on just a second, we'll clip this. We'll be done with this, and then we'll add some commentary. Okay.
Then the Pope in Rome shouldn't use eraser. He's perfect. You shouldn't need eraser. Nobody inspired. And all those writers had erasers, or at least they had a piece of the shirt to wipe with. But you let that word fool you, so that anything anybody shoved down your throat, all they got to do is tell you, they're a man of God. That's right. Or they're inspired by God. What more inspiration they got than your daddy or you? You let them frighten you with that. There's nothing against religion. With all I'm going to say tonight, I'm a religious man. But I don't mean to be a foolish religious man.
Ooh, religious man.
I don't mean that there's something wrong with my child the day it's born. I don't mean for anybody to tell me that when the story of Adam and Eve, bad, good, or
Don't
indifferent,
be lying on Dr. Ben, man. That's crazy.
Hold on.
if it is, how
Crazy.
can you use it? Then all of you bad. Ain't one in here isn't the result of sexual intercourse.
All right, cut this shit off,
Right,
man.
right.
Yeah, that shit
And you know what?
X-rated.
And here's the thing. When we the backdrop when you talk about, when Dr. Ben does his lectures, right? Again, you have to understand that he's fighting a fight against orthodox religion as well, right? So a lot of this actually is, some of the I guess you would say the fight that he's in, the fire that he's using is to come against those pieces as well. But Brother Reggie, you're the best. You can speak to it better than any of us. If you want to add some color to it.
Yeah. So the first thing I do want to do is, if I can, I just want to share my screen.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
Lottie, we ain't even got we ain't even got
Yo.
commentary, Reggie. We gonna let you rock.
Yeah.
Why every
Let's
time
not completely move
why
away
every time
from
I
it.
open up my mouth, I can't even open up my goddamn mouth on
We
this
trying to
channel.
figure out how you got a presentation.
Reggie,
Go ahead.
every
Oh,
show Reggie got a slide, Reggie.
I'm gonna show you one picture.
It was a walking slide.
I'm gonna show you one picture, right? Okay,
It's gonna
so
be 10.
here is Yahweh and Asherah. This is basically Ankh has done this longer than anybody else.
Oh
so what
yeah.
is Yahweh,
Asherah.
Yahweh and Asherah. So here go Yahweh, with his dick out, right?
What's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, that's what the Egyptians had this shit poking out too. There ain't no big.
Okay.
Don't be a bunch of prudes. Come on. Right. These are ancient civilizations.
That's the tail, yo. But go ahead.
More important with the big crown on and the donkey face. More important is that you see actually the cow and you see this motifs, right? But guess what? This is not Hebrew. This is a culture that predates that, right? So this predates
Hey, I can't see it. What are you showing?
It's irrelevant.
You can't
Ancient
show
East Mother Goddess. Yep. Acadia. Amorites.
So Israel is getting its ideas construct. Israel is stealing from other cultures. So Yahweh is not an Israelite God in the beginning, right?
Yeah, man.
With El Shaddai and stuff. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen because that's a problem for you people. So let me just stop and see if I can stop sharing my screen.
But what did Dr. Ben say though?
Yeah, about the goddess Hathor and I guess you would say the relationship to the golden calf in the Judaic tradition.
So I'm sorry, my screen is stable. I don't know. Okay, so I did go to Egypt with Dr. Ben in '87. I know you don't like my resume, but
Reggie, but just tell us
to the point, bro.
On that golden calf, Reggie.
Yeah.
Let him go, Sosa.
You gotta wheel him in. As a host, with Brandon, when you hosting the show, right? He doing an interview. It's your job to hone the people you're talking, keep it into the comments in the frame, bro. Go ahead, Reggie.
Damn, where's Corey at? I mean, besides King Sosa and Corey, boy, Chef I could deal with, man. So the concept of this debate is these concepts Christianity steals from Hebrew. That's the point that I will make. And Dr. Ben is making that point that these concepts do come. Some of these concepts are influenced in the Hebrew culture, right, from something that when they begin to write. The critical question is, when do the Hebrews actually begin to write? Right? We don't know. We don't believe them until they start writing. So what I showed you was this is Hebrew scribble scrabble. You're not even writing whole words. They're just writing these might be words, but they're not writing sentences.
So when did the Nubians start writing? Cause y'all you know,
Says right
No,
now.
that's not what we're talking about.
no,
That's
I'm
not
saying
that.
if the validity
I'm
of
not
a
going
people
for it.
comes by writing, right?
I'm not.
It's
Yeah.
very little writing in Nubia in the early formative stages of it, right? So we can strike it. So should we strike the Nubians out of the historical record and this connection to Egypt because of scarcity of writing at certain periods? No, don't make arguments like that.
No, because your methodology is false, because the Egyptians now began to write about the Nubians. And so you don't
Good
have to
point.
have the Nubians
That was the
speaking.
best point I ever heard you make. That was brilliant, Reggie. I'm gonna give you your props on that. Keep going.
But
keep cooking.
Right. So the problem with the Israeli story is that you have
That was an
Josephus.
awesome fucking counter. I never seen you make a counter like that before. You got it in you. You need to stop playing.
but hold on, Chef. The black top pottery had these Nubian symbols on it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
So Reggie, so about the golden calf, Dr. Ben said that the
was
that
excellent, Reggie.
Hathor comes out of Egypt, and that the Israelite took that worship with them.
Yeah.
So you agree with that?
The cow is a major factor of the economy of the whole Nile Valley, right?
Yeah, we're just dealing with what Dr. Ben said, though. Like, you agree with that? Just say yeah, then you can yeah or no, then elaborate.
Right. Rephrase your question.
Rephrase it.
Dr. Ben showed, he said that the golden calf that the Israelites used in the Exodus
Indian
story.
people. Yeah, Indian.
That the golden calf that they used in the Exodus story comes from the goddess Hathor.
True. That's a true statement.
I just showed it with Asherah that the cow concept, right, is a concept within the whole region, but the ancient Egyptians has the earliest record of deification of the female cow.
So is you gonna answer it or?
I did.
I think you did, and this source sort of adds some color to it, right? If I'm not mistaken, Reggie, this is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I can't get it off my screen, but
You disagree with Dr. You disagree.
Right. So at the time that these people, the Elamites, and they had already had influence, right, from Egypt, right? And so they begin to, the problem is they begin to absorb it into their culture. So they're absorbing these concepts into the culture. You have to, because of if the strong ancient Egyptians are doing this, we're competing with them. So we got to do as good or better.
So you guys are torn between two worlds at this point, right? Right. You agree with Dr. Ben, right? Which Jabari agrees, and he's making some of these same arguments that you guys are making, right? But you don't necessarily want him to win the debate against Jabari, right?
It's more than that.
It seems like we're
okay, but
no, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Brendan. How you frame an argument in 2022 with all that we know? So we use terms like syncretism. So we use words like absorb. We don't use racist concepts like stolen, right?
Right.
And the reason why
stolen is a racist concept, like you stolen is a racist concept.
No, in the context, yes, in the context of the Hebrew culture, that is the chosen people, right? It's a race, the Hebrew race. That is the construct in which we're dealing with, when we're looking at the story of Hebrew. God chooses the Hebrew people, Abraham, to be his special people.
No,
And
but
so,
the thing is Christianity. It's not Hebrew. They argue over Christianity, right?
no, I understand. How do you think I don't understand this? So when Jabari gets to this debate, Hebrew Christianity is a sect of the Hebrews. They're not special, they're a sect. And so what the Christians do is steal the Hebrew culture. That's what they do.
She
They
said
steal
Christians steal Hebrew culture.
right
I
because
kind of disagree with that.
okay, so let me
Can
get
you,
that out.
Chef,
Let me tweak.
do you have the
Let me tweak it
ability to
out.
pull this down?
I made the point. Let me tweak it out.
Let me ask you a question because I'm trying to tease it out. Right? So who are the Hebrews?
Okay. The Hebrews at the time that we are talking about is the Hebrew people coming out of Babylon, right? Who are resettling back into the area in which they formerly lived.
Hold on, just for clarity, these Hebrew people who are they? Would they had interaction with Egypt? Like they didn't like we're trying to put like some type of name or locale.
The Hebrew people that we're talking about, we're talking about the period where the Bible begins to be written, right? So they come out with scripts, the targums from what they call from Persia, right? They're coming out and they're reselling into Galilee and all these other places. And so now they're coming out with some type of writing of their story. And this is in Aramaic. It's largely in Aramaic, right? The Hebrews come out not really Hebrew, but with Hebrew derived from Aramaic at this particular time period. And they're writing their story. And when they begin to write this story, you have to understand they are broken people. They have been already absorbed into the Babylonian and then the Persian period. So then they come out and then they begin to kind of write the story from their memory. That's a big problem. And so they begin to leave out things, and then they're using what people know in that particular time period to reconstruct who they are, because they don't have full text because they was really in captivity and they weren't really writing. So this is so when I say that it was stolen from Christianity was stolen from the Hebrews, that's the point that I was trying to make, is that there are Hebrew sects that don't accept what the Christians are saying. So the Christians now, by the usage of Paul and the apostles, they begin to conflict with the Hebrews. The Hebrews don't believe that this guy is the Messiah, and so they steal from the Hebrews. Why I could say that they're stealing from the Hebrews is because they're in conflict. They're actually in conflict. So you have the Essenes, you have the Nazarites, you have a number of different groups of people, and then you have the Paulinians against Jesus the Just. So they are fighting. They disagree vehemently about what the Christians are doing. So the Christians are actually stealing from the Hebrews, and so we could say this is because there is actually a conflict of ownership of the text. They don't agree. Isaiah has a prophecy about how do you know who the Messiah is, and Isaiah says that all worlds, all fighting will end, and etc. And this Jesus fella, he does not fulfill Isaiah. And so I'll stop.
Oh no, Reggie, that's a good question. I was arguing with my uncle about that. The in the Old Testament, you know how they said the Messiah, Jesus. I told my uncle Jesus did not fulfill the Old Testament prophecy. You agree or disagree with me?
Absolutely agree.
Thank
And
you.
first Messiah or the anointed one was a Persian king, Darius, who was it Xerxes or Darius, who liberated them. He becomes the first Messiah, right?
Darius.
Before Jesus. Now the Hebrew people accept him as a little Messiah, not the big Messiah, but he's a little Messiah. And so that since there's a conflict in this time period of people arguing about who is the real Messiah, who's not the real Messiah, we can say that the Christians stole the Hebrew culture, and they are themselves Hebrews. But they're the Hebrews that now incorporate the Gentiles. So they
I think this is a good segue, right, into I think another clip that we have. We talk about the moving into the New Testament and what Dr. Ben says about the Messiah, right, Jesus, and his association or potential association with what you say Horus, and that particular religious tradition. If you guys want to listen to just a brief clip of that, right? Let's do that, and then we can add some color to that particular piece as well. This doesn't have video, but this is an audio segment here. So hold on just a second. Let me know if you guys can hear this when I share it. Hold on just a second. And this comes from the African origins of Christianity. Okay, let me know if you guys hear this.
It is the white Christian, and I hate to use the word Christian with respect to white.
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
White, quote unquote, brothers, if there are such things. My brother doesn't mistreat me. But let us first start, as I said from the beginning. Where did the story of Jesus start? It started 4,100 years before Jesus. It started with the story of Isis, and who became pregnant by an immaculate conception, gave birth to her son Horus by a virgin birth. Horus, who at the age of 12 removed himself from his population and went further south into Egypt at the Grand Lodge of Luxor. At the age of 30, he returned, and at the age of 33, he was murdered, cut up into 14 pieces, and so on and so on. If you look in what is called the Egyptian Book of the Dead and the Papyrus of Ani, you will see the same story. If you go to Egypt today, and by the way, Egypt is in Africa. The last time I looked at it on January the 9th, unless it took a 747 and flew away. But if you should go to Egypt at a place called Abydos, there is a temple there, still there, partially in ruins. The temple of the Pharaoh Seti I, S-E-T-I-1. And there you will see, not only in the hieroglyphic writing that the ancient Africans wrote, but you will also see the picture form the Africans painted, they drew the entire story of the Immaculate Conception and the virgin birth story. That temple was completed by Seti I's son, Ramesses II. Ramesses II took over in 1298 before the Christian era, BC, after the death of his father, Seti I.
All right. Very interesting stuff because I think a lot of these arguments, right, are sort of rooted in these earlier claims, right, that were made by the earlier teachers like Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen. So,
yeah, great. So
yep,
I
yep.
would
Mhm.
say, I would say, okay, in some of these lectures that he was doing this, I was actually in the audience. I think there's footage where he would say in Jabari and was not in the audience, right? His high priest, Bob
Reggie, wow.
Gotta take a chance. We're talking about the debate, man. Y'all always make
What that had to do with what we was talking about, Reggie?
Peace, James. Peace, James.
Peace, man. Reggie is out of
Ever
control.
since when Jabari told him that what is
I
it?
want to know
Analysis was poor.
Hold on.
Reggie
Hold
been
on.
on that nigga
Let
head
him
ever
get it out. Let
God,
Reggie.
dag. I know y'all want to act like I don't exist. Okay, so now.
No. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. So we as students of Dr. Ben, we get a chance to go and we get to ask him questions about what he's saying. Now, when he's doing a community presentation, I do agree that Dr. Ben should have been a little bit more accurate, right? And I do think that Jabari will use what Dr. Ben said as proof. That would be a failure to use the lecture because he went for the okie doke, right? Because he wasn't there to ask Dr. Ben additional questions. So he will lose because history actually says that Dr. Ben is what there's no text. Watch this, family. There is no one text of the Assyrian drama. There's not one text. And so that there's texts all scattered. So then there is in the Greek age, the Greeks pull the text together and then they make the one text. Dr. Ben is talking about what we know of, and he's talking about the scattered text. So we know all of the different texts where the Assyrian drama is. A researcher would go and find those texts are. Now, where he is saying, if I asked any of you, what are the central texts of the Assyrian drama? Some people would say the pyramid text. The pyramid text only mentions Asar, Heru, and Set, but don't give any context. So then where are the actual pieces? So then one of the more important things that we've been dealing with was the Smash Rockwell was the contendings of Horus and Seth. The contendings of Horus and Seth is a good document to talk about some of these things. But when it comes to Christianity, you got to understand that Christ is the Son of God. He is without sin, right? He is without sin, and so he's the Son of God. We don't know who Christ's real father was, because he wasn't God, because you need sperm, and it wasn't Gabriel because he's an angel. It wasn't Joseph, right? Joseph is the one who rescues her. Joseph is connected to the line of David, but we don't know who Jesus' father is. So Jesus is a bastard in this situation. Now, when it comes to now the Horus and in the Set fight, Horus is not free of sin. Horus has a lot. Horus plays around with semen. Horus cuts off his mother's head. Horus is not fit to be a king. The continues of Horus and Seth, and Seth is a person who took advantage of a young prince that happens in empires. And so there's a judgment as to when this young boy is fit to rule. So Seth is evil, but then is he really evil, or is he just fighting to be king? The Bible now, the Kemetic Christians now say that Horus is the the Son of God, and Jesus takes that story. They fail miserably because Horus is not free of sin. So when we got a chance to talk to Dr. Ben about all of these stories about this whole thing, we come from the foothills of the mountains of the moon where God happy dwelled, the stuff that's in the stolen legacy, the 10 virtues. We get a chance to ask Dr. Ben Al-Kabalan. We were able to ask him all these questions. They don't appear on camera because these are his kind of like presentations and stories that he's trying to wake people up. But when you actually sit down and talk to him about, then you get more information. I'll stop. Thank you for your time.
All right. So, and again, right? We got our brother Pan African James, right? Peace, brother. It sounds like you wanted to add a bit of color to what we were talking about tonight. Not sure.
No, not really. I was just kind of, that was just what Reggie was saying about Jabbar was kind of funny when he said it. You know what I mean? But for the most part, like I said, well, Brother Reggie, he's saying that they asked Dr. Ben some questions. You know, I'd like to, I mean, unless there's just some type of private thing, like, you know, when you interject that, like, did you ask them about where the foothill of the Valley of the Moon was, or
yes,
you know, like, you know, those are the type of questions we would want to know. I mean, like and if secret. You did, like, I mean, why would you have to go searching for it later on?
Of course, and so you have to understand, this is when I become a researcher, because Dr. Ben would make us go and research. And so I asked Dr. Ben, I said, Doc, you got to understand that when they was attacking him on the Hunefa papyrus, you have to understand I was a researcher at this time. And so I asked Dr. Ben all the questions. And Dr. Ben said, well, I went to the museum exhibition, and in this inside the case was this whole thing about foothills of the mountain and the moon, where God happy dwelled, and he said there was an Hunefa papyrus. Now, Dr. Ben was not a great Medu Neter reader, right? He was, how can I say, an archaeologist, an anthropologist type of, you know, one of our folks that was actually doing in Egypt. So he would go to these exhibitions, and he says he wrote it in his book, and he used it. He didn't verify it. It's not in the Hunefa papyrus. The Hunefa papyrus is what Jabari puts up all the time as far as the weighing of the heart and stuff like that. And he does it because the people look browner, right? They don't look like the Ani people, the Nui text. And so in the Hunefa papyrus, we've got the translations. We've able to verify it's not there. So I go back to Dr. Ben. Okay, well, you know, they're attacking you, they're clowning you. So where is it? So and then he says, I said, well, what are some of the other stories? And so the famine stela is the story that's most closely, and it's not just me that's doing it, it's also Dr. Riketi Amen. Dr. Riketi Amen, who is our teacher, she's an expert on the text. So so between her and then me, I go to the famine stela, because that's one of the resources that Dr. Ben gives me. And I find that in the famine stela, it's the two courties, the two caverns where there's a temple where Happy lives, right? And so when you read the famine stela, the Ptolemy version of the famine stela that's in the Elephantine papyrus, or the island of Yebu, that is where the closest rendition of it. But Dr. Ben wasn't an expert on reading the text. He had resources. He's a researcher. So he has so we and Al-Kabalan is another thing. Dr. Ben, why are you saying that why are you using Al-Kabalan instead of Africa?
because he said, well, basically the Arabs, I'm using the Arab version of Al-Kabbalah to show that the Arabs had, other peoples had a word for Africa that's earlier than 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 uh uh uh, uh so Africanus, Scipio Africanus is if you can use that word, but the Arabs and the constructed from other peoples had a term that they use. So I'm going to use that term because there's a conflict of people claiming that Africa is right. So that's why he used out. That's why he used out Kabbalah.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide out the piece of the chat.
All right, so peace.
Oh, Sosa left?
Yeah, it's getting later. Right. You know,
oh man, that's a beautiful thing. So we have these and then with Dr. Clark, he taught us about the Bach Treaty of the Arab Egyptians and the Nubians, and he said further work has to be done. I'm leaving it up to y'all. So I've done research over the years on the Bach Treaty. So one of the things is, if you take Dr. Ben's lectures, and I have a whole catalog of his lectures that have been transcribed, of his early lectures. You know, there's lots of questions that could be asked, but then there's research now that we can verify or unverify Dr. Ben's good thinkings and his mistakes, Diop's good thinkings and his mistakes, and a whole bunch of scholars. I meet Kaba in the supermarket yesterday, and I say, Kaba, these people are admixed people. They're not straight Africans. How could you make that point? I'm interested in your work. I'm never going to argue with you online because you're my older brother by 12, 14 years, right? We're talking private.
Hold on, Reggie. In what context are you talking about? What admixture? What did you have a conflict with? Because I'm not up to speed on that.
Because then it becomes this whole work that we've been doing with DNA. The
okay.
Africans, those people who are in the Hawaiian Islands, those people what you call Oceania people, they weren't directly Africans.
I agree.
That mixed with the Neanderthal and the Denisovans on the route to Australia as the launching point for the Oceania people, the Polynesian people, all of these types of people, they're admixed with the Denisovans, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
So they're not straight black people. And they're also admixed, with the Indian population. It's black, dark-skinned Indians, but they're not African. So I said, well, Kaba, you're calling these people black and African. I think that you're going to have a conflict with our community when they peel it back, because you have to deal with the DNA and the admixture. You just can't call them. You just can't call them black. You just can't do that. And I've worked with Brother Kaba on books, spirituality, and science, and I help with the work on the Tepeseb, and you can read the book and you can see where he gives me credit for my working with him on clarifying these type of things. So I'm a researcher. I could say a hobbyist researcher, but I'm a very good researcher. I'm one of your best researchers. I've created all of
absolutely right.
These all of these arguments that we having with the Hebrews. I was the one who broke their back with the King James version and who was the authors of the King James version, and it's the same concept that I'm doing with Kemet. So when Dr. Ben is actually saying what he's saying, we can smile now 20, 30 years, because he was doing that that lecture 30 years ago. I know those lectures because some of them I was there 30 years. We can smile now and we could say, well, great master teacher, you've done a good job because you produce students who's gonna research your good points, continue it, and then clarify your mistakes. I'll stop.
Yeah, and the reason why I brought up those particular clips, right, is because they were really germane to this upcoming debate. Right. Of course, I would never hold right a researcher or a professor or a person that would, that was a serious academic to, just a couple 2-minute clips. Right. Of course, I wouldn't do that. Right. But I just thought that those particular clips were really important in terms of what we were discussing tonight. And plus we had Brother Reggie on here to add color to that as well. Right. So, I think you did a great job with that.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that we live in a battle kind of construct of information now. So now because of YouTube and you don't have to go to college. Google, you don't have to go to college to argue with some of the best people because you can look it up and say, oh, you have doubts a moment. With the particular debate is very interesting because now we get to re-look at the old constructs that were 30 years ago. And so again, y'all don't like it, Pan-Africanites and Sosa left. But when I was with Dr. Ben, Jabari might have been in junior high school or something like that, man. He wasn't in college. High school. I was in college, so he must have been in junior high school. He's like 12 years younger than me, right? So then these people they come and now we're all in the same seemingly the age, but there's some lacking. I actually was in Dr. Clark's library. I was in Dr. Ben's house library. And I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, the New York Public Library, the premier research center. I was an employee. I wasn't somebody that just went. I was actually an employee for 5 years of my life. An employee, a very known employee in the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. I met hundreds of scholars, celebrities, entertainers that went through there. I was an escort to Dr. Clark when he called me up and he asked me to be his escort when Bishop Tutu came. I've been struggling to find a picture that I took of him and Bishop Tutu. I can't. And so I'm part of the Black Studies movement and I know all of the Shashi McIntyre, Dr. Barbara Sizemore,
Brother Reggie, I seen you on the History Channel, brother. You don't got to go through all this. You know what I mean? Because it's pretty much validated. I actually was watching the History Channel one day, and they showed you was out there protesting. You was on the front line. I seen it. I was like, yo, that's Brother Reggie. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what was the context, but y'all was out on the front line. I got a picture of I screenshot it. It's on my Facebook page.
Send it to me. If you got
I don't know how to get in contact with you, but
rapmarketing@hotmail.com. Let me say it again because I would like to see that. Marketing.
Yeah, I think it's do you have a Facebook page?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you could put it in the chat or something like that, I can go back.
I will because I'm interested. And so the fact is my Black Studies education, my Black Studies education was not only history, but it was actually working with Black leaders. And so when someone says to me that my research is poor and I'm frosting at the mouth, I take that personally. One is because we're in a marketplace of ideas, and that you're disrespecting me. You think that that's disrespectful, and so I'm gonna disrespect you. And I knew your teacher. I know your teacher, Baba Haru Samaj Se Patah. What does Samaj mean? rapmarketing@hotmail.com. What does Samaj mean? It's his name is Baba Heru Samaj Say Patah. What does Samaj mean, somebody, in ancient Egypt? What does it mean?
I don't know. I think it's Arabic though. It sounds like to me.
All right, Sheffrin, this is for you. Samaj means James spelled backwards. His name is James Georges. That's Baba Heru Samaj. So his Samaj name is James spelled backwards. How do you like that? Now that's not meaningful, except for anybody could create a name, and so he created a fly name from he just reversed his name. But you got people going around thinking it's holy. It's not holy. It could be something you could say is like Malcolm X, where you replace your last name. But the fact of the matter is, there's nothing sacred and holy about it. It's just a name. And so you get to examine the whole that whole movement of, well, who's the leader of the movement? Well, who's the leader of the Comedics? How is it constructed? Who are the players? You have the Kemetic Institute of Chicago that was run by Dr. Jacob Carruthers. You have Baba Heru Samaj Se Patah, right? You have Infadishi, but Infadishi actually teaches the meta nature, right? And then on top of all of that is the white folks, the Orthodox Kemetic group. These are the people who were white people who started believing in ancient Kemet. They're the ones who first started teaching about Ma'at and all of the stuff, because they took the information from the white researchers and they began to actually believe it. And so the Black Kemetic movement comes after the white Kemetic. So then we go and examine the white Kemetic movement, and then we find out what's similar and it's more things similar than they are different. They believe in Ma'at. If you, a matter of fact, they read the meta nature than most people, and they have the text. So it becomes we Black people who study Kemet, or those Black people who want to worship Kemetic, they want to refuse to bring up the fact that the white Kemetics have a longer history than the Black Kemetics. And then we find out that the white Kemetic, some of the Black Kemetics borrow information from the white Kemetic. And this is what this debate is about. This debate is about, did you research and verify, or you did not, when it comes to Christianity?
So it sounds like we actually do have a date solidified, right, in inked in, right? Is it September the 17th? This is when the debate is going to happen between the brothers.
Yeah, it's going to be a disaster. Please. I mean, if you come to see it live, if you don't.
Oh, okay. So it's not going to be just an online thing, right? They're going to do tickets. People can show up. This is a live debate. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a Sonetta debate. It's going to be live, awesome. Like Brother Reggie with the Moors, like Malik Zulu Shabazz and Captain Tazariak, like Polite and myself and Jonathan Owens and Kim on Trial.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's going to be a seed thing, and it's going to be if you're listening to what I am saying, I'm showing some. I'm not doing the debate. Garfield is doing the debate.
Mm-hmm.
But I have decided to help Garfield if he needs what he needs from me, because this man who was supposed to know the Kemetic system and all of that stuff, he got angry with me and he said my research is part.
Yo, well, anyway, Reggie,
So we'll see, right? So
I just shared the picture and the actual text that I had posted.
Could you put it up online? I mean, could you put it in the thing?
Well, yeah, it's in the back chat.
So can you share it? Can you share the screen?
I don't know. I think you got to do it. I mean, or maybe Brendan can do it or something. But it's right there in the back chat. You can click, and then this was the text because I was. It was the name of the show was America, the Book of Secrets, and then it was the Ku Klux Klan. That was the show was on the History Channel too. But I spotted you on the show in the crowd. It was crazy.
Okay, wait.
But the picture's right there.
Okay, so
that's the picture that you just actually posted in the back chat, right?
Yeah, that's the picture. That's Brother Reggie. He was on the History Channel.
Okay, so let me type it in the chat. I'm gonna type what's the name of it so I could
The name of it is the show was named America, the Book of Secrets, and then the episode was the Ku Klux Klan, and I guess you was out there fighting against the Klan or something that was going back in the day.
Yeah, I went to an event with the Klan where the Klan was in New York. Book of
Secrets. Yeah, you can't click that picture. Can you see that, Brendan?
Yep, yeah. Hold on, just a second. See if I can pull this up. Hold on.
So brother Reggie, you ain't got.
Hold on, just a second here.
You just see because
all right.
Wait.
Yeah, brother Reggie was active.
Don't stop. Let me go and find it because I'm trying to figure out where I am in this.
I'm gonna get you.
I don't know where you are in the video.
I'm getting ready to put you on the summer jam if you don't catch it, right? Sure. Hold on. Let me do that.
He's gonna probably have to go on YouTube and look at that video because that was a video. I just screenshotted it and then posted it on my Facebook. But then now that we talk, but this was years ago. I think I posted this in 2016. Let me go back and look. Yeah, the date that I posted this was October the 25th, 2015.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it. I got you. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can do it.
I was a radical Black student, and
he was active. I mean that if you need any evidence, that's it right there. But what I'm saying, brother Reggie, you gotta. I mean, from an outside perspective, looking in, I mean, we all kind of we got like 12 years of history, whether you know it or not. I don't think you probably didn't come on Sonetas till later, but pretty much we've all been around the same circles. So what I'm saying is like some of the things I be thinking about, it be kind of counterproductive because like I'm listening to what you saying and you saying you finna have Garfield against a guy who's chronologically correct about history. And that's kind of weird to me.
No, he's building a religious.
I know. Okay, I get that, Reggie. But what I'm saying is, Jabari is chronologically, historically correct about his history. Now, the spirituality part of it, you gotta admit the fact that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark put us in that trajectory. Because I got many videos where they're advocating for spirituality over religion. So now what we make spirituality look like is up to us. Now you're saying you are opposed to what Jabari and them doing, but what kind of way can we use spirituality to get us out of these other religions?
Morpheus says something that's important. He said,
let me know if you can see that, brother Reggie.
Not yet. I think at the same time. But I can't. At the same time, my computer is. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, that's crazy. You have to look at the Zoom. It should be in the Zoom. Now you should see it.
It still should be on the screen on YouTube too.
Yep. It's there now. It's a little bit of lag between Zoom and YouTube.
Yeah, I wonder if you know that brother that's in front of you. But see, it's got H2 right there because I screenshot it. I paused the TV, screenshotted it. So, I mean, I thought that was interesting that you popped up on that little. See, it's got the KKK in the back of your head. That's what that is. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It's like it's crossed out that KKK. Somebody the brother holding up the sign with the ring.
Hmm.
So yeah, so we got you.
Hold on just a second. It looks like
yeah, he bounced out.
Yeah. Well, I think his internet probably went out or something like that. So
yeah, but what I was saying, Brendan, about like I'm conflicted on his position on, because this is like the second time that he's done this, and the time that he did it before was with Brother Seti, and I think that kind of caused a real fragmentation in the community that we've never really been able to come back from, as far as trying to get our history right.
Exactly.
So
and I mentioned that earlier. I mentioned it earlier. I say, well, how do you reconcile it, right? Right.
I just got to be upfront with him, and let him know what I'm thinking, because last time you did that, man. I mean, even though Seti, you may have had differences with him as far as him maybe embellishing his relationship with Dr. Ben. You know what I'm saying? He still was giving the people the right chronology of history to get us out of what we was indoctrinated with. And which one is more important? You catching him up in embellishment of his relationship with Dr. Ben, or getting our people historically correct. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I looked at. If you looking back at this like 7 years ago or 6, this is when this happened. So now he's saying he's gonna help Garfield against a brother that's really trying to help our people. Maybe he might disagree with that, but that's kind of a wicked situation to be
in. It seems like it would be somewhat conflicted. I'm with you. I'm with you, James. That's why I said this
so
will
I
be
hope the brother can come back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I hope he don't. We don't want him to make the same mistake twice. Because I think that Seti, he might not. I mean, if you look at everything he was talking about, only thing that I could say I disagreed with him on is when he said the language hadn't been deciphered. That's where kind of we split at, right there. But other than that, his chronology of history is pretty much accurate. So I mean, I hate to see us, fragmenting with it.
I think who the host? I think Brent. I think Reggie trying to get in.
Yeah, I just tried to I just clicked to let him back in.
Yeah, I mean, this fragmentation we dealing with, it's like the Hebrews breaking off and the Christians breaking off from the Hebrews, and and so forth and so on. But we watching this.
How did it get fragmented again? James?
Different egos, different people wanting to go a separate way. I mean, this happens in nature all the time, so I can understand it. But what I'm trying to do is see if we can get some kind of natural understanding of the way we need to go as a people. I mean, what tools can we use to get ourselves in order?
I think one of the things that we already doing right is having these conversations, right? That goes a long way, especially to to tease out and make sure that we get things correct, right? And we don't continue on with old outdated misinformation. So I think that's the important thing. What's important is that you believe as many true things and as little false things as possible, right? I think that's the ultimate goal.
Brother Reggie, I see you back.
I agree with that, Corey.
I see you back in the building. You helped me out earlier because I was wandering in the Syrian desert. Hold on, let me see if I can share this. When you mentioned the city of Haram, hold on, Reggie, are you back? Let me know if you're in the building.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna show you. It's like I was over in the Syrian desert trying to figure out where Haram was, right? And it's right here by the city of right? so this is all the way up in Turkey, in the area of Turkey here, right? This goes back to the earlier conversations we had earlier, because I was like I felt like one of the children of Israel wandering in the desert, right? Of trying to figure out get my bearings in this geographic region here. So thanks for that. We again, we got to get biblical maps as well when we have these conversations,
Abraham
not just
walked all the way from so-called Ur Chaldea,
right,
Haran, and look at the distance from Haran, right, to Egypt.
So he went from Ur.
No,
he was born in Ur. He was in Haran, and then walked from Haran to Egypt.
That's Ur 2. Go to Ur. Go to the other Ur near Babylonia.
Oh, okay. So this is the original Ur.
That's Ur,
the city of Ur.
Yeah.
Right.
So he walks his ass with his old wife all the way to Haran, right?
Right. At least he's following the Euphrates, right? So he's got something to drink.
Right. So he's but he's unmolested. Now, mind you, there's the Conan Negroes. This is the age of Conan and shit, right? so he survives. He goes to Haran. Now from Haran, he goes all the way down to Syria, to Canaan, right? Syria, and then Jerusalem, and then he enters into he goes into
the land of Canaan. I see it. Okay.
And then he keeps his ass walking, and then he finds himself in Egypt at the time.
In the Delta somewhere.
Now, with all of that, he gets kicked the hell out. He gets kicked out, and then he goes all the way back up to Haran.
So he backtracks.
Oh yeah, he's backtracking.
Okay.
And then
No.
Yeah, that's all fiction though.
Well, that's the story. And so, but while he's doing all of this, the debate is the debate is interesting. All of the culture of Christianity now is only from Egypt. It's not stolen from all these other groups of people, which is a Mickey Mouse, Sesame Street concept to say that you only care about what's happening in Egypt and you don't care about the mixture of cultures throughout all these other pictures. It's really, listen, I mean, anybody who took the thing is with debates, I don't take all debates. You can take a debate and you can actually lose based on the title, right?
Right.
What's this?
Absolutely.
It's the stupid debate. This debate recently, not the Garfield and Gorilla People. There was a debate with Pastor Bennett and Chris Harris. What was the title of that debate?
What were they even talking about?
I tapped out on debates.
I think it's Christianity, the white man's religion.
The white man's religion, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So white man's, we speak English. White man's has apostrophe S. That's a suffix. So that's possessive. So whoever's arguing would be who possesses the religion, because does the white man possess or own the religion or control the religion? That would be the debate. And a lot of people don't. We black folks, and we don't speak English. We don't. In college and in universities, they teach you. One of the things you have to do is you have to learn the English language to get your college degree. You actually have to learn, because they give you questions, and based on those questions, you have to answer those questions based on what the question asks you. Am I wrong, Brendan?
It's possessive, right? Is it the white man's religion? That's a possessive statement, right?
Yeah, it's a possessive statement. So you would argue the debate based on English. Well, you would say first it's a possessive statement. Is this situation about property? Is it about ownership? Right? What does the suffix mean? Right? It's not who started it, who Christ was. It's not that. And so Pastor Bennett would take that route, and I would say, Pastor Bennett, you're off topic. Who owns the religions? Did the Romans control it? Right? Did they do the decrees, the edicts? Did they do it? Right? After that, did the Europeans own the religion? Did they possess the religion? When did the African ever control the religion? Like what? Okay, King Azana. Did he control it, or was he a convert? So like I'm like, Pastor Bennett, I hear what you're saying, but get out of here. You don't speak English. You speak jargon. So with Garfield's debate, with Jabari, the issue is stole. Jabari has to prove that it was stolen, not borrowed, not absorbed, stolen. Otherwise, don't take the debate. Drop out. Drop out. Because if you're going to go into the debate, you're going to have to prove that it was stolen.
Yeah, I want to see clear connections from a cultural perspective, right? I don't want to see similarities in stories. I don't want to see if I squint hard enough, right? If I look at a horse sitting on Isis's lap, and then I squint and look at Jesus sitting on Mary's lap. It looks similar. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking at cultural continuity there, because religion is culture in my mind, right? So you have to show that cultural continuity. If you can't show it through the tools that we talked about earlier, then for me, it's a non-starter. You have to prove that. You have to show it.
Right. And so when I debated Pastor Bennett, I had two debates.
Corey, you wanted to say something as well?
Oh, sorry, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, I think religion is especially these days, I think religion is adopted into culture, right? So one has a culture, right? And then once religion comes, once you get one of the three monotheistic religions, those religions are woven into the culture. So I don't necessarily think that religion is one's culture necessarily. I think it's something that's woven, especially like when you're talking about Christianity. I think if you pull up that map again, Brendan, I like that map because it talks about, it's a highlight of that region that I keep telling you about, that I keep mentioning, right? When we're talking about the Bible, we have to put it in geographical context, right? We have to talk about geography, and when we go to talk about whose religion this is, right? And when we talk about whose religion, we're not just talking about practitioners of this religion, right? We're talking about what Brendan was saying. Who controls this religion, right? Who's the one with the $1 trillion, and who doesn't have $1 trillion, right? So if you look at this region, right, that Brendan's got highlighted, if y'all notice, this is the biblical region right here. So when one mentions who controls it, that's different from who made it up, right? Who made the shit up? Who these statutes and guidelines, like those 10 commandments and all of those rules and regulations that Islam follows, right? Those are to be followed in a certain place and a certain geographical location and a certain time period. Well, what Brendan has up on his screen is the geographical location where those rules, statutes, and tenets are supposed to be followed, right? where those ancestors are supposed to be revered and or worshipped, right? These are the ancestors of the people of this region, right? So these are the people who made it up, right? But this is not necessarily who controls it, right? They have quite a bit of control. I think they share control though, right? With people from this region. So you have Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. This is, to me, in my eyes, it's all the same shit. It's all the same group of people with the same imaginary friend, worshiping the same ancestors, right? Somebody didn't like the way it was done, so they changed it to Christianity, and then they didn't like that the way that was done, and then they changed that to Islam. So I think all of them, right? Christians and Muslims are basically just disgruntled Jewish people, right? Disgruntled Jews is what they are to me. But all in all, I think this region, right? This is the region where that comes from. This is the region who those books of those ancestor worship books. These are the people that was meant for. That who made it up and who it's all about, right? But not even today. It was in a certain time period, right? It's all that shit's outdated today. I don't care which one of them it is. It's all outdated and it don't work. It's a divisive product that's in our society, coursing through our society, actually like poison through one's veins. So I think my point of it all is it ain't important about whose it is, right? Because I don't think no one really today has ownership, right? I think we have groups who share control over it, right? And those groups who share the control over it are the ones with the $1 trillion and all of the assets and the oil and the nuclear weapons and all that shit. Those are the people who own and control Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and those are the people who made it up. But go ahead, y'all can jump in there and may probably disagree with a lot of what I said.
I agree. And so when you have a debate, you answer the question. And so Pastor Bennett's situation, his point of view was that he was talking about the peopling of Christianity, and particularly the black peopling of Christianity. Answer the question. Chris Harris seemed to be on point. It's just that he seemed to have, according to him, he had personal family issues that was frustrating him amongst some technical issues. So Pastor Bennett won the debate, but he didn't answer the question.
Well, I think both. The thing is, it was a stupid debate, Reggie. Is Christianity the white man's religion? Right? That's such a shallow thing to debate, right? Because now you have to actually define what a white man is. What are you talking about, a white man? Are you meaning, because this community is kind of vague when they say things like white man. Are they talking about people other than African Americans? Is that what a white man is? Because I've heard people refer to
the power. They about the power structure. So who? It's the power structure. But listen, Corey, to your point, most of the debates that we have are stupid debates. Almost all of the debates we have is just us trying to use a debate to bring out some information. And it's all about money. It's really about ego and money. Okay.
Hey, Brennan, can you mute Chevron, because I'm getting lot of feedback from him.
Yeah, hold on.
There you go.
Is all these debates, almost all the debates that we have is about using our people's curiosity for money and ego. It's a monetization. So almost all of the or glory to the God. Right? So I Pastor Finn is glory to God. Most of the debates that we have, Corey, the titles are really stupid titles. And so that's why I found out a long time ago, don't take a debate that I can absolutely lose because of the stupid title. So don't take that debate. I don't take a debate. I'll take a debate with a stupid title that I could win on.
Right. Definitely. It's just that, and then like I said, I've heard people refer to, Arabs as white people. So, it's kind of confusing what they mean or what Chris Harris meant by white man. You know what I'm saying? So that was a vague thing.
Right, but
there.
again, Corey, this is not the pseudo killers, right? This is not any of those constructs. These are debates that are basically like battle rap debates. Okay. So you hope to get some information out, but you really want to come and eat your popcorn and people and talk. It's not really about the information. I tried several times to do a debate with information, and people will say, well, Reggie, you lost the debate, but I provided information. I don't take debates anymore. I'm not doing that no more. I'm finished with the debate.
Right. I think debates are good if the topic is substantive, right? I think things like rather Christianity is a white man's religion is non-beneficial to nobody. I think they should have. I think things like, is Christianity useful to the Black community, right? Is Christianity a useful tool for the Black community to navigate through reality in the 21st century?
Because obviously Christianity is.
Well, that's up for debate. There's things that can be proven. In your mind, you can say, well, obviously Christianity is a reliable tool, right?
Corey.
Obviously, Reggie, you haven't seen the shows when brother Corey would shot down Granny. You haven't.
Right.
No.
And her religion, right? So yes, that is up for question, right?
Because it's all, one thing when I've been trying to get my point across, right, is because you have this Kemetic or Egyptologists in this community. And they have this attitude, right, as if because you're studying Egypt, that means you're not religious in your thought process. That means you're somewhat above someone that's believing in Allah or Yahweh, right? It kind of bothers me.
But I'm against that. But see, Corey,
yeah.
I have been the person that started the debates against the Kemetes. But I did it with the Hebrews. I did it with I've done some things on Islam. I've done it with I'm very similar. So I'm the one who actually went out there. They call me a traitor. They call me a unclean pig. The head priest called me unclean. Right?
Well, that's because you play footsie. That's because you play footsie with these people.
No, I don't play footsie.
Who's spreading bad ideas
but I don't
to
play
the Black community.
I don't play footsie.
Well, it's seemingly from the outside looking in, Reggie. Seemingly, you play footsie, right? And that could be my fault.
Corey, you
Of
don't
my
know
interpretation. Go
Corey,
ahead. No, I would.
you don't know
Okay,
me.
go
You
ahead.
don't see me talking to these people directly. I'm not. You see things that may be online for some things, but you don't see me when I'm actually talking to them directly. I disagree. I hope I let them know that they can't read the stuff. They're illiterate. I ask them to read it, right? I don't play footsie with them, right?
Okay, well then my mistake. My mistake.
Yeah, I don't. I'm the one who's.
I said from the outside looking in. I did qualify that though, right?
Right. But you since you don't know me, you're not in New York, right? Yeah, like on this big things. I've been doing this for a while. I don't play footsie with them. I tell them I don't agree with you. You can't substantiate with text, right? Like get out of here with that, right? And I have to take all of the abuse. Now I have high blood pressure. I have high blood pressure. I've had to take all the abuse from these people, right? On all of my debates.
Well, you needed the pseudo killers behind you, right?
No, but you
needed somebody like me.
But brother Reggie, your stance has evolved over time as well, right? But I'll give you an example. I've seen, and this is I don't know if I can do this. If you guys can hold on just a moment, I'm gonna grab a book off of my shelf here. I always do this. Hold on.
I'm gonna hold it down for you, Brendan. Go ahead and get that book because we definitely. I always like to have.
Let me jump in for a minute, Corey. Right?
What up? What up, James?
What's happening with you, Corey?
Man.
Yo, let me ask you a question.
Crazy,
Reggie.
shit crazy, James. Shit crazy out here, man.
Indeed.
Let me ask you a question. What's up with you? What's up, girl? Go ahead.
Reggie.
All right, I got it. If you guys can see this here, Brother Reggie, you know this book here, right? Remember when you were over on 125th Street? I don't know if you're looking at your video on your screen.
Yeah.
You showed this, and you were actually out on in Harlem with Sonetta, and you were talking about the ancient Egyptian pantheon. This was actually before Brother Jabari came on the scene. I think this was a few months before he came on the scene, and you were talking about the ancient Egyptian, what we call it, the cosmogony, right? Say the not the Memphite cosmogony. Which one was it?
Cosmology.
Yeah, the how do you say the different pantheons there?
Yeah,
and it was yes. And you actually gave this as a reference. And when I saw this, I actually went out and bought this on Amazon. I think this is a really good reference for people who are getting into sort of beginning to learn a bit about ancient Egyptian. Yeah. But what you mentioned, you said that you thought that the ancient Egyptian cosmogony, right, was related to quantum physics. Right? Do you still say that today? Right? Or do you say that there's some relationship to that cosmogony and quantum physics as we know it today?
Yeah, okay. So
and the reason why I asked that question is it sort of lends credence to Corey's claim when you say that you play footsie thing. Not that you're playing footsie, is that back then, right? You were sort of in that same sort of area where, it was this mix of the, the scientific and the ancient and all these things. So I'll let you go.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up I'm gonna find a article for you. So playing footsie. See, I don't let people narrate like what I do. So the question is, how did the Europeans how did the Europeans come to these concepts of the atom, and how did they get to chemistry, and how did they and so does it have a background in Africa, right? So
See, I think that's a terrible research question. I think your research,
okay, I don't give a
initial
fuck.
research.
I don't give a fuck. I mean,
No,
I don't give a fuck.
I don't
Like,
want you to
you
get
don't
offended though, Reggie,
like
because
I don't give a fuck. You know why I don't give a fuck? Right? Because you can't show me where you even investigated the shit in writing. You can't show me your work. Now I respect you, Corey. I respect you, but trying to answer the question to help African people think whether they agree or not. I've actually done investigative work. So you could come up and say whatever you want to say. You could do your Corey rant. I want to see your paper, my brother. I want to see a presentation, a full presentation, not your commentary. But I respect you, Corey. I respect you, but you know what?
Well, a lot of the things I say, I can back it up, right? So a presentation, right, is cool and all that, but I'm one that just gets to the point, right? And then you can go and research what I say, right? I can show you where to get what I say, and we can have a conversation, and we can talk about it fact by fact, right?
Corey, that's not enough.
But all this presentation and writing a book, I don't think that's serving
that's not your area. That's not your area.
A main purpose, because I don't need to write no one wants to read a book about this conversation, right?
Hey Corey,
so
you're absolutely wrong. You're wrong, Corey. And you know what? And Corey, you know how wrong you are, Corey? Because there's things called colleges and universities, right? And then there's fields of study, right? You have your point of view, but that's all it is, right?
Absolutely. That's all it is my point of view.
When I'm in this field, when I'm in the area with all of these great scholars and pseudo scholars and stuff like that, when I enter into the field and I have a point, I have to do research. So when you do research, and I have to present, and I presented at these conferences, right?
Right, and I think, and Reggie, you may be doing research, Reggie. You may do research, but I think the word research, right, is thrown around very, very loosely.
But Corey,
in this community.
all you do, listen, Corey, look, I got high blood pressure, right? And
Corey, you crazy.
I don't want to get your blood pressure.
Please relax. Relax.
It ain't that serious, bro.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Corey,
right.
Like what happens to, that's the problem. Black people, our people, I don't know if you call yourself black. I don't know what you call yourself, probably American, right?
I'm African. I consider myself to be African American.
Okay, great.
Black is fine though too. I go with black.
Thorough. So what happens, the rubber meets the road, is when you go out of your comfort zone, which is the Black community, and you start talking to the white community, right?
This is what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Reggie.
When you start talking, when you start talking to the white community, you will be on their side. You're not a threat to them.
I'm very much a threat to them. People that talk that biblical, that comedic, that white man, that the black, whether it's the black community, this and that and that. Those people are not the threat. People like me are a threat, right? Because I get on that. Listen to let me.
You're not a fact-based person. And you don't have.
I'm not a fact-based person.
You're a common sense type of person, right? But that don't fly.
Sense ain't as common as you think it is, Reggie. So common sense is one of those misnomers or one of those words that's again loosely thrown around but misused.
You are not educating. You are not an educator. You're not an
I'm
educator.
very much an educator. I'm very, very, very much an educator. As a
Okay.
matter of fact,
True.
I can count over 40 people because of my expertise. They now make $80,000 a year or better.
Okay, let me retract
At
that.
minimum,
You
at
are
the
an educator
minimum,
in your.
at the minimum,
Let
they're
me retract
at
that.
the
Let me
minimum,
retract that.
they're
You are
bringing
an
home
educator in your
$80,000
field.
per year to feed their families, right? It's not about,
Let me retract
again,
that.
Reggie,
You're not an
I'm one of those
educator
people
in
who
this
don't,
field. In the field of history,
no,
you're
not
not an
in the
educator.
field of his. I'm not
Okay,
a
that's the
historian.
point that I was
And
making.
that was my point. That was
So
my
you're not.
original point.
So when it comes to these
Mhm.
conversations about history,
History.
Bible, the culture,
His
right?
story, some form of a story
Be,
that happened in the past
you have to be.
is what history
Well,
is.
can
But
I
go
just
ahead.
stop talking to you? Can I answer Brendan's question? I want to
Go
stop.
ahead. What's Brenda's? Go ahead. Answer
So,
Brenda's question because I get
yeah.
blood pressure.
Yeah, you get my blood pressure. You got my because
I get, but my blood pressure
just stop
rises up
talking.
too, though, Reggie, because
Yeah,
I get
think
fed
you're
up
getting
with
him
this stupid
perturbed,
shit
right?
in the black community. But go ahead.
Okay, so Brendan, what you basically said is that what I was trying to do is I was trying to educate people on a cosmology of ancient Egypt since they study it, right? And I wanted to talk about how it may lead to scientific thought. Maybe I was not as clear. So what I will do is I will give you a paper on the subject just so that you can see real quick where okay, so share. Okay. So one of the papers in which I read and on it is paper by Dr. Renita Tatamor, right? Who is a Egyptologist, well respected. And she has a very important paper that everybody reads, and it's called "When the Gods Play the Roles of Particles: Sexuality and Quantum Language and the Perception of the God of Hermopolis." Right. So
That's a mouthful.
yeah, because it's scholarly. It's not
Yeah.
what, and so
Absolutely.
So she presents at a lot of Egyptian cosmology, and so here she is talking about she's talking about some of the things that I was talking about. And when I was doing my research, I didn't read her paper. I found her paper later when I actually had to kind of like deal with some questions. And so she when is this paper? Because you can when did she write this paper? What year is this paper? I have to figure out 2008. So when she wrote this paper in 2008, you could probably see my work in about the I don't know, maybe about, let me see, 2008, 2000, yeah, well, yeah, 2011, right? So you could probably see my work about 2011. I hadn't read her paper. But anyway, so she makes the same argument. She says the second cosmological tradition of Egypt was developed at Kimenu or Hermopolis, the capital of the 15th north of Upper Egypt, apparently during a time of reaction during the religious hegemony of Heliopolis. According to the tradition that Akkad, usually translated to primeval chaos, existed at the beginning of the time when the world was created. To understand and describe what existed, so then she talks about how these things are arranged. These divine abstract context groups in pairs, worship in Hermopolis. They're arranged in 4 male pairs, 8 divine abstracts, male gods, frogs and snake, and female frogs and snakes. And she talks about the Amen Amenet, Nununet, Kekeke. And she references the actual Meta Nature, which actually shows the Kimino, and then she gives a quote, "Oh, you 8 infinite ones who make up the parts of the sky." The ancient Egyptians were beginning to try to understand they started with the other cosmologies like Ptah that deals with creation by voice, Ptah Nun and Panat. Then they deals with they deal with Atum, right? Aten, Amun. But those weren't good enough because they didn't answer the question of what created that itself. So the ancient Egyptians had a construct of the Akdad. So if you think I was playing footsie, you can. I don't know. I can listen to what you're saying, but what I was trying to do is give the people an idea of a deeper thought about ancient Egypt as it may relate to particles, as it may relate to it. Whether I did a good job at the time or not, Dr. Mario Beatty had a conversation with me. He says, "Well, look, Reggie, this is Dr. Mario Beatty. He says, I want to talk to you about it." He says, "You don't have to use the acronyms like Amen, that, Nunu, that, Hey, hey, and connect it to it with the Ankh. You could do a better job by just specifying what those principles are and talk about the cosmology. And you can still relate it to the Ankh, just don't use the metaphors." So I said, okay, so then I went back to ASCAC and he let me represent the paper in front of ASCAC on the Kemenu Akdad Essential Cosmology. And so based on listening to the professor, who's my younger brother, but who gave me some advice, I was able to get the concept into something that he would accept as a professor. So there you go. So I'm just I just wanted to answer what you was actually saying about the fact that I do take criticism, not from Corey, but I do take criticism, and then but I do listen to Corey, and then sometimes I agree I might have to make my argument stronger. I'll stop.
But myself, I would level criticism along the same lines that Brother Corey would level, right? And the reason why I would say that is because right now, right, these types of explanations, and when you're talking about this, the Kemetic cosmology, or I like to call it a cosmogony, right? It's basically these origin stories, right? We're drawing parallels to what we understand today, right? Using terms, right? In modern science, right? When those people early on, when they were making these claims or these cosmogonies, they didn't have any sort of conception of those, right? So that would be the line of, okay, I guess you would say, that would be the line of criticism that I would have there, because then we're contribute, because when you do that, you're sort of you're bringing that ancient description, right, into the modern, right? And when you start doing that, right, you're gonna end up subjecting the ancients to that same level of scrutiny, right, and questioning, right, that we would use against the modern, right? That would be the only, I guess you would say, pushback that I would give.
Yeah, but I don't. That's acceptable. That's not. I don't know. That's acceptable to me. The issue is that, okay, so then how do we understand? What is our viewpoint, or how can I say, a launch point into understanding how the cognitive and neural development of the Africans evolved? How did they first identify forces in their environment? The stars, the wind, the directions, the concepts of birth, right? to get to where they got to, which was concepts of medicine, architecture, even if you might not want to call those things science yet, you can call those things technology. But I'm not one of those people who take the divine approach. I see people struggling with these ideas, being very creative, writing it down, writing their thoughts down, their medical doctrines and stuff like that, their kingship doctrines, and also making mistakes. Now, the pseudo people could take that much further, like Ben Carson and all of that stuff, and play with people's minds. I am actually using ancient Egyptian terms, talking about particular cosmologies, right? And trying to educate. So if me doing that is a crime or problematic, because ultimately the Europeans get to the atom before they even see it, right? It's a construct.
And we would never see the atom,
right? So, well, we can with electron microscope.
No, we would never see the atom.
We would never.
We have to. Let's hold that for another conversation, right? Why we would never see the atom? And Corey, do you kind of hear me on this, right? Why we would never see an atom?
You mean with your eyes?
Right. No. Even with a most powerful microscope that you can have, I don't care if you aim the James Webb at an atom, you would never be able to see it. And there's a reason why. There's a scientific reason why you would never see an atom.
You could predict. Right? You could predict it. Look, I got. Come on.
Yeah. But I'm just saying I went
to college, bro. I went to college.
That's one of those. I don't. In the last episode, we have this. We had this. This was an exercise, right? It was a thought exercise, and this is another exercise that I right. Yeah. But again, what I would like to do is put that thought exercise again, right? Because it what you did, you just reminded me of something. What I would like to have that conversation, but go ahead. Well, I don't want to get sidetracked.
Okay, so we can get to the construct. So this is cognitive evolution, where we make our tools better. So the ancient Africans actually they started dealing with things like infinity, darkness, right? Constructs of matter, but they weren't. They could not be scientifically proven, and they were wrong. But they created these constructs, and later, what happens? And people take these constructs, and then they begin to try to prove or disprove it. Let me just take a look at it. The earliest constructs that we know of these concepts is actually the Cheminal cosmology. And so educating people, having people to think, what is the launch pad of even of dealing with these subjects? So I'm on the street on 125th Street. I'm on the street on 125th Street. I'm not at my desk. I'm not doing a full presentation. I'm on the street, for goodness sake. So I'm not super accurate. I don't know who could be.
I think the larger point, I think Brendan's larger point in bringing that up was that we evolved in our thought processes. Like when new information arises, we change our minds. And I talked about that the other day, how it should be that should be the virtuous thing, is that you change your mind or that you grew since you made.
If it wasn't for me, brother Corey, if it wasn't for me, we got. See, I'm a video and YouTube kind of person. I came up in that age, so I am putting out some of these, many of these ideas, and I am also trying to debunk the stuff. So the mere fact that you're actually here as the pseudo killers is a journey of people like myself that had tried to engage these constructs on the streets of Harlem. Right now,
Absolutely. I will. I'll give you that.
And you could be much more critical. You can be much more critical. I'm not right all the time, certainly not right, and I'm not accurate all the time. But I have in my life talked to super pseudos, right, in time and space, right? All types of Moors, all type of Muslims, all type of Christians, and I've done it where it counts, right? And I've tried to help the line, and so everybody evolves, right? Because then you can find a breaking point of even with some of your professors. I can't go with that, but I do it. I've done it with some of my professors a little bit more graceful. But with the pseudos on the street, I have become now I got high blood pressure. Now I got high blood pressure. So I'm gonna stop talking because guess what? I'm gonna have to lay down. I can listen.
And it's getting late for us as well, right? So if anybody else had, I guess, any closing things in terms of this particular conversation. I know we delved a lot into the Egyptian conversation today because with the big debate coming up, I think that's a topic that's top of mind, right, in the community. So we haven't talked about the ancient Egypt conversation. We haven't had that for a while, right? When we say a while, maybe 2 weeks or so, right? For us, that's a long time, right? But we figured we would address it today, right? Because that's some of the banter that's happening right throughout the community. But Brother Corey, you had anything in terms of closing for tonight?
I didn't really tune in. I was on the panel, but I wasn't really listening to the show most of the time, so I missed out on a lot of it. But I appreciate everybody for coming through and whatever, you know what I mean? I didn't mean to rattle the cage tonight. I didn't mean to rattle Reggie. I was just making some comments, right? Offering my
Corey. Yes, you did. But you know what, Corey? The rubber gonna meet the road one day. The rubber is actually gonna, because what, the pseudo killers is just part of this world, right? One day in person, we're gonna get your ass on stage, bro. We're gonna get to where you don't react to what other people say. You get to a full presentation. The rubber gonna meet the road, bro.
All right. And I also have a question for the brother Pan-African James. A quick question. Are you still with us, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Have you been keeping up to date with the U.S. envoy that made the trip over to Africa this week? Right. We've sent the Secretary of State. I think what's his name? The U.S. Secretary of State. That he's over there visiting many countries over there in Africa. I think it's Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda. I think he's he's visiting the Congo, South Africa. He's already made a trip over to South Africa, right? So there's a lot of conversations going on over there. I think this is on the heels of a trip that was made by the foreign minister from Russia, right? The Russian foreign minister out of Moscow actually did a similar trip, and in the U.S. is over there now, having these conversations, saying, that hey, in light of a lot of the things that's happening between Russia and the Ukraine, right? We're actually sort of exhibiting a little bit of pressure on some of the African nations to stand out and say, okay, well, either join some of the sanctions that are being imposed by the West, or come out and criticize Russia for some of their actions over in the Ukraine, right? And as well, right, when you think about what's happening over in Africa, right, we're sort of like in somewhat of a crisis situation, right? So if you look at the military coup that happened, just recently over in the Sudan, and even the civil war that's happening over in Ethiopia, right? And what's happening in terms of a human rights sort of crisis there, with some of the humanitarian aid being starved out in some of those places. And so you see starvation actually being used, maybe potentially as a weapon of war. So they even talked about over in Ethiopia, the U.S. civil aviation community said that, hey, some of the pilots that are flying flights in and out of Addis Ababa, they could be potentially subject to surface to air missiles over there. So again, there's a lot of things going on over there, and a lot of geopolitical sort of actions happening. So I was just curious, in terms of I know you're very close to Africa, and I want to get some of your thoughts on what's happening today on the ground there.
Well, shockingly enough, I'm kind of out the loop on a lot of stuff that's going on, dealing with because there's so much going on with Ukraine, Russia, then you dealing with stuff that's going on our continent, and then you dealing with, so it's just, I'm kind of out of the loop as to what the whole scope of what you're talking about. So let Brother Reggie chime in.
Yeah, so so one of the big crises that's happened, one of the big issues that's happening is the funding of the Russian war, right? And so this is important because all modern countries are investigating digital dollars, and these digital dollars have to be backed by something. So the question is the mineral resources, and so they're using a lot of the so-called issues of Africa to begin to partner with Africa for their resources. So recently, Ghana rejoined the IMF after years. They go on and we deal with the IMF. Black folks are in Ghana right now, where we're dealing with so-called reparations, trying to talk about reparations in a country that actually owes us reparations, which is Ghana, right? The Russians just was able to snatch a lot of Sudanese gold. They partnered with some people in Sudan, and to fund the war, they were able to snatch probably $1 billion of gold from Sudan, right? And that will help form their Ukrainian war. China is always trying to interact with Africa. So the American envoy is now trying to figure a way in which they could reattach themselves, even though they have military bases throughout Africa, but now it's a resource grab. So all of the resources, the rubber, the yellow cake, the gold, the heavy metals, right? America has a vested interest in this, and because why? Because all dollars are going to have to be backed by some type of commodity. And so what we see is them actually thinking about, they caring about Africa, is actually using Africa's problems to get a foothold into Africa.
But so I wanted to bring that up because, again, you say we talk about, this idea of Pan-Africanism. We're always talking about the continent of Africa, and but I think as well, it's very important for us to be up to date in terms of what's happening right on the continent today. And again, we'll have some subsequent conversations about this. We'll tee up some very good ideas. I have some ideas for some upcoming shows, especially once this envoy is done here, and we actually talked about some of the Chinese influence. Right, you just mentioned that, Reggie. I think I'm doing a bit of research there, and I think some of the subsequent shows will be very interesting in that regard. Brother Sheffrin, are you still with us, brother? Are you gone? I think maybe Sheffrin may be out for the count for tonight, but if so, right, it's been a great show, right? Thanks to the chat. Again, right, Monday Night Madness, we always enjoy these particular conversations. It wasn't as crazy as it usually is, because we usually have a full panel, of course, right? But again, right, I think it was just as valuable, nonetheless. But with that,
a couple of times, so I'm wounded.
Right.
So
Right. Absolutely.
I've been trying to turn over a new leaf and be extra cool lately. So
well, the banter between brother Sheffrin and brother Reggie and Sosa earlier today, I guess that that was enough to get our our juices flowing for a minute there, right? So it was a bit crazy there for a minute. But again, what I would like to do is start a segment called the PK War Report, right? That talks about all of these geopolitical situations like this, and do that maybe on a regular basis, right? Staying up to date with what's going on from a geopolitical perspective. And I know that's something that's near and dear to you as well, Corey. So all of us, we can team up on that, right? And I know, Reggie, you can add a lot of color in that regard as well.
As long as I'm not getting shot and stabbed by Corey.
You might,
my gun go off. I don't know which bullets ain't got no names on them, right?
Oh man.
But yeah, I appreciated the show, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. Definitely always appreciate Brother Reggie for bringing some wisdom to the panel.
For sure. All right, guys. All right. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Peace.
Peace.